All right then, let us start. So we should not waste much time on this. All right. So now, the moment we go for our day three, as I told you, we are going to discuss about the data summarization and analysis over there. All right. So go to our sample case studies folder, and there is a file called data analysis. All right. The moment we go for data analysis and you open, can you see a huge data over here? Please confirm you got this sheet open on the screen.
Yeah.
Right. So once you open the same, let me take you through the data, what we have with us first. But I just need a confirmation from everybody, why for yes, that you got this sheet open on the screen. Okay, I got full confirmation. Avinash, Afrin, Sweta, Vinod, okay. Yes, great. Driver 2, one of them also, great. Akshay 2. Guys, anybody's mic is on, could you please keep your mic on mute? If you have any queries, you can ask. So that is the minimum etiquettes we need to maintain in the forum so that it should not distract others. Yeah, thank you so much. Well, so now the question is over here. Let me first give a background story of this data and what is the objective. Let's have a confirmation on the same and then we proceed on this. Okay. Take an example. Suppose I am working in an organization, okay, or we all are working definitely. And the moment I have presented a report to my boss is asking me that Prabhas, please come to my cabin. I went there and he's telling me that Prabhas, I was going through the reports, whatever we are submitting to the management, I was just going through the report and it is seeming as if we are just presenting the data in terms of numbers as it is, and it is not having any kind of quality of information over there, and the people are not happy with the same. So this is my boss is saying that the report, whatever I am presenting, my boss is not happy with that. Well, now what to be done then? So he is telling me, Prabha, this time we are going to do something different. So do one thing, take last 3 years data, take last 3 years revenue data, and this time we are going to analyze the report in such a way, it will be having some kind of improvements on this and people will love to see what we are presenting. Okay, that's a good idea. Sounds like a plan. And let me just take it over there. So what kind of help I could provide to my superior, I'm going to take it through this. So what I did, I have gone to my SAP system, logged into my system, given the respective T code, and this is the data I have downloaded. So when I download near about 1 lakh records, it comes in this format. How many records? 1 lakh records. And what is the data format? Like name of customer is there, product type, these are the product categories I do produce the products, and these are the list of product names. These are the list of salesmen I have engaged to generate the revenue on behalf of the organization. Then these are the different regions I export my products. Invoice date is nothing but, order date is nothing but the billing date or invoice date. And sales in terms of US dollar, I am making the billing. Year of incurrence of sale, month, quarter, and intermediate channel partner, if any, that name is also available. So it's a huge data. It's a huge data we have. So in one line, I would like to take you through. This is nothing but a organizations or industry-based data of Tata Motors. Now, suppose say Tata Motors, if you talk about they are producing or they are manufacturing the car, truck, a lot of their into business activities, but we are talking about only the car business. Okay. So assume yourself that you are the part of Tata Motors company and this is the data you have downloaded, and the moment you are presenting to the boss, what is the reaction from the other side? He is telling, looking at the same, my boss is telling me, Prabhas, this data is of no use for me. This data is of no use for me. Why? Because it's a huge data. People don't have time to read it and people are not happy watching the same. So what my boss is saying me, Prabhas, do me a favor. I just want a simple report out of this. What kind of report? Whatever the products we have sold to our customers, based on that last 3 years report. So customers, I mean, product wise, last 3 years revenue data over here, we are going to prepare a report. So basically in one line, if you want to say, out of huge data, my boss is expecting a summarized format of my data, a tabular format of data, or a crispy presentation out of this. So we know one thing, we have a data summarizing tool. So to summarize our huge data, we have to depend upon a data summarizing tool called pivot table or pivot table. You must be using pivot table or pivot table, anything you can call at your workplace, no doubt about it. But the question is, please stay focused, no need to do anything. Whether my data is ready for pivot table, that we never focus at, but we are not going to commit that mistake. So the first thing, what you need to do whenever you got your data, ensure your data is ready for pivot table. And for that, you got to satisfy 3 validation rules. And what are they? One, the data, whatever we have taken, it must contain a field header. Without field header, pivot is not possible. So rule number one, data must contain the field headers or column headers. You can say anything. And no column header name should be duplicate. Like if I have a customer, I can have one more column as customer, but I cannot name as customer. I can name it as customer one, customer two, customer three, something like that. So any point of time, column header name should not be duplicate. Rule number two, the amount of data, whatever we have captured, ensure there is no single cell as blank. So how to check there is a blank or not? Simple. I told you day two, go for Control G or F5, go for special, go for blanks and check. What is the message I'm getting? No cells were found. It's a simple message that in my data, there is no single cell as blank. Rule number three, ensure that no column should contain the merged data. In any column, merged data should not be there, because most of the time what it happens, we have a practice, we merge 5 to 6 cells and we define a heading to that. That is meant for display, not for the calculations, because most of our Excel functionalities doesn't read our merged data. And this is the reason why I would always suggest or recommend, make a thumb rule, avoid using the merge data in your calculations. So having said these 3 rules, our data is ready for pivot. I repeat, rule number one, data must contain a header. No header name should be duplicate. Rule number two, there should not be single cell as blank cells. Rule number three, there should not be any merged data. Well, all these 3 rules are clear. Now, though our data is satisfied with all these 3 rules, but there is one more thing I have to again check and validate the column. I told you the day two, our data clean 2. What happens? Whenever you download the data from SAP or ERP system, there are 2 areas where you have to always check the problems, whether the problem is there or it is sorted out. So what are those 2 columns which will be always be having in a problem in our SAP records? Anybody can recall that? What are those 2 columns in our SAP records will be having a trouble?
The date column and number column.
Very good. Number column should be in number format. Date column should be in date format. This is what we need to check. That's the practice you have to develop. Well, in our data, order date is there. Check. Select your order date. So how to check my order date is there in proper order format, I mean date format or not? How to check that? Anybody? The best way to check the order date is there in or date format or not?
So it's same as your PC's date format.
No, not exactly. Not exactly. I told you the other day in our day one.
Date, month, year.
Yeah. Day one, if you remember, while working with our eDate formula, I told you to convert any format to date format. What was the keyboard shortcut?
Control Shift 3.
Very good. So Control Shift and 3 to convert any format to date format. So if you go and do that and check, is it changing the format? Yes. So since the format is being changed, so it is a pretty simple message for me. My date is there in proper date format. This is the best way to check. Second, number column, sales USD. So keeping the cursor in the first value of our sales USD column, go for Shift, Control and down arrow key. So now the requirement is to check whether my numbers are there in proper number format. How to check that? I told you the other day. To convert any format to number format, what was the keyboard shortcut? To convert any format to number format, Control Shift
Control Shift
1. So Control Shift 1 to convert any format to number format. Sweta, Control Shift 5 for percentage. Symbol is already there. Can you see? Control Shift 5 for percentage. See, this is the reason why people I was keep on telling, please practice, because this is needed in our day 3, day 4 badly. So again, there is never been late. So today and tomorrow, when you complete the session, do not forget to practice. Well, so coming to our date column, date format is there. We have confirmed. Coming to the number, when I go for Control Shift 1, can you see decimals is appearing, post decimal 2 characters are available, before decimal comma symbol separator also available. So all these things are happening. So this is a confirmation again. My numbers are there in proper number format. So these are the two columns. Essentially, we have to check and validate over there that these two columns are there in proper formats. All right. Now, post decimal 00 values are there, doesn't play much role. We can remove the same. How to remove the same? You can go for decrease decimal from the home tab and remove the unwanted zeros post decimal also. So all these things we did. So please confirm you are able to do that, whatever we did. Any doubt, any queries?
Done.
Right. So all, yeah, very good. All right. So now, no need to do anything. Please stay focused on my screen. Okay. So here you can notice there are two things. You can cross check even. There are two things over here. If I look at in my data set, there is one problem. What is that problem? I'll tell you. If you look these two columns, especially, there is some problem. Can you identify that? Anybody?
Order date and month is different.
Yes. So order date is showing of January, but month is showing December. So technically this is not possible, but it is happening. So there is some error. So we got to rectify that. And how to rectify that? The other day I told you how to extract a month from a date. Anybody?
Text if.
Not if, just text.
Text, yeah, sorry, text.
So going to text, value is my order date, comma,
Yes.
within two double inverted quotes, I have to use M 4 times. Right. If you remember day one, eDate formula, date of expiry we have identified, then we have gone for extracting our day, month, year separately. Able to recall? Right. The moment you have done with hitting enter, you got your month populated. The same we can apply for the rest. By double click on the fill handle, we can go for it. Yes, Sita, formula is opened on the screen, is equal to text, use order date, that is F5, comma, M 4 times within two double inverted quotes. So now you can see the month column exactly having a sync with my order date. Any doubt, any queries?
Equal to text.
I'm pasting the formula in the chat box also for your reference if you wish. All right. So I consider everybody has done up to this level. Our data is ready for next level called pivot table. Well, now the moment we have done with this, to prepare a pivot table, keep your cursor anywhere in this data. Then go to the data menu from the ribbon. Okay. We have got all these data options over here, but pivot table you will be finding in the insert. So going to insert, keeping the cursor anywhere in the data, going to insert, there is an option called first option called pivot table. You don't need to navigate through this, just click on the pivot table option and it will take you through a dialog box where the entire range of data of 1 lakh row items, it is already considered in the table range. And below to that, you will be finding this is demanding where is the data you want to prepare or plot as a pivot table. So it is by default new worksheet. So let it be in the new worksheet format. And the moment you go for clicking OK, you will be getting over here, all right, a blank sheet where you will be finding your area. This is the place where your pivot table is going to get designed. This is the place where it is going to come. And you can see there is a very light shade color, some pivot table name is there. So this is a default option and a message for us that whenever we prepare a pivot table, each and every pivot table will be having a unique name. And towards our right side, you will be finding a column where you will be having all the field headers are listed. This is called field list box. And in my screen, towards right side, you can see the small boxes kind of structures are there called filters, columns, rows, and values. These are called field area. So we have only one operations to be done. Whatever the fields we need, we have to just drag and drop like this. Whatever the fields we need to go and drag and drop like this. That is the only action we need to do. But before we do this,
repeat, sir? I could not hear anything.
Okay, so anybody else is having audio issue? My audio is not reaching to anybody else.
So
Yes.
audio is not an issue.
Okay. Okay, Vinod.
But the pivot table we are not able to visible. Still we are in that summary table sheet itself.
Okay.
For me,
Okay, just give me a second. Give me a second.
now it's visible.
Okay. Okay.
No, it is still not visible.
Just log out and log in one time, because from my end, I checked internet, everything is fine.
Okay, I can only see the screen now. 1 second. Yeah, now it is visible.
Okay. Yeah, sometimes some network glitches are there, can't help. So whenever you face such kind of problem, please remind me so that I can check if I have alternate options. My end, any internet connectivity issues are there, I'll try to rectify. All right, so here, what we have tried done, okay, let me first take you through. This is what the data we had. We kept our cursor anywhere in the data. We have gone to insert, and there the first option is about our pivot table. We have selected the same, and the moment I click it, I could see a blank sheet is open on the screen, correct? This is what we did. So far good? Yeah. Right. Now the first thing over here is, towards my right side, the layout, whatever I am displaying, are you getting the similar layout on your screen? So I'm talking about this layout. Is it having the similar layout on your screen? That you have one box having all the field list in place and the small boxes towards the right side. Is it there? Or is it just below one to another? You might be having like this. Do you agree?
Yes, Mr. Rohan, I'm
Right.
having it this.
Right. Now you just realize, looking at my screen, the earlier layout was looking good, or this layout is looking better. So which layout is giving enough space to work with? Definitely the earlier one. So let me take you through first the setup, and so that we can bring the entire pivot table layout to the equal page. See, in this pivot table fields, there is a settings button is there, settings. I'm highlighting, you can check also. And when I go to the settings button, there is an option over here called field section and area section side by side. You got to select that. And with immediate effect, you'll be finding this layout, whatever I was displaying earlier, you will be having the similar layout transformed. So please confirm that you got your new layout.
Yes.
So this is just one-time action. Every time you no need to do. And trust me, this layout is going to give enough space for you to work with. Why? Because tomorrow, if you have 20 fields, you have got enough space. You can see all the fields in one box. So you don't need to keep on scrolling or navigating to the field list box. All right, we got that. Now, as I told you, we have only one action left. What is that? We have to just choose the right fields, and we have to drop in the right field area. So let us focus with the report what my boss was demanding from me. So he asked me product wise last 3 years report. So last 3 years revenue data. Which column is containing my revenue data? The billing column, sales USD. Is it containing numbers? Yes, of course, billing column is containing numbers. Then what is the right field area to place with? So you have to bring to the value field area. So what we have understood, whichever the field deals with your numerical value, you must populate in the value field area. Why? Is it mandatory? Yes, this is mandatory because if you want to work around with your formulas, functions like sum, count, average, product, minimum, maximum, anything, you have to bring in this field area only. Then only you can do all these things. Now, coming to the next. Last 3 years revenue column has come, but last 3 years. So 3 years, if you talk about.
Yep.
Yeah, any questions from anyone?
Yeah. I don't have this data in your product by product description.
What is that you do not have?
Yeah, I'm not getting the what you're getting.
Okay, so could you please share your screen, what you're getting exactly then? Let me have a look. You delete first this sheet.
What?
Sheet one, you can right click and delete. Okay, go to summary table.
Okay.
Yeah, you have selected only one column. I never asked you to select a column. You keep your cursor in the data anywhere. Yes. Now go to your insert. No need to select the data. That is also not needed. That is also not needed. Yeah, keep the cursor anywhere. In the data, keep your cursor. In the data,
Right. Okay.
go to insert,
Insert.
pivot table, first option,
Yeah.
click OK.
Okay, I
Then
got it. After that,
1 minute.
settings.
Second option.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Now, little bit you expand that column. The headers are not visible. Little bit expand. Yes. Hold on there. That's it. Now bring sales USD to the value field area. Sales USD field, you can bring it to the value field area. Sales USD. Right. Now, last 3 years revenue is required. So bring year to the columns. Bring year to the columns. Then 3 years revenue data, though we got it, but based on the products it is required, my boss is demanding. So bring product descriptions to the rows. Product descriptions to the rows. Yeah. So everybody, please bring it that in that structure and confirm that you got your total as 319999253. And please drop me a message in the chat box. So let me take a control on my screen. So taking product description in the rows, taking year in the columns, and we got our pivot trading. All right. So this is how you can take a call regarding the field population, how to drag and drop the fields. Very easy. Depends on your requirement. There is no hard and fast rule, but I told you what are the fields to be taken in the value field area, the field which contains the numbers. And if you have taken any text related fields, it will, instead of sum, it will give the answer as count, because some formula can be designed only for numerical data. If you have a text, it will always turn into count. All right. So we got our pivot ready, no doubt about it, but the data is not ready for dispatch. Why? Because the pivot look and feel is not so great. So this is the first thing what you need to do, how to improve the look and feel of our pivot table. Keeping the cursor anywhere in pivot, if you see, there are two options activated in the ribbon, naming called analyze or pivot table analyze, depends upon the version. And the next one is called design. So go to your design tab and there you'll be finding many more design styles are available. If you go for the more option, it opens up with 3 different categories: light, medium, and dark. Always go for light or medium, Do not go for the dark. The other day I told you in day 1 when you go for format as table option, isn't it? So let's go for one medium category. And if you select, you can see now the formatting of our pivot table, it is somewhat looking great compared to the previous version. So this is the first thing, the minimum formatting of your pivot table you must do from the design tab. Second, please stay focused on my screen. If you look at this bold, Genix Nano, Hexa, Indica, what are they?
Name of the car.
No. This, what is that exactly?
Product.
These are my products.
Product description.
Right. So if you see the row area, it is showing me product description. But if you see the pivot table, what is the header source?
Row label.
So if you are presenting your data to a layman or to an audience, how they will know these are my products, or these are my inventories, or these are my accessories, or these are my finished product, how they will know? So unless and until you give a proper heading to the pivot table data, nobody can understand what exactly you are presenting. So here one thing is, Why this kind of mismatch of the field headers are there? Why pivot is not taking the exact field name from the data? The reason is, in pivot table, in a particular field area, we can have more than one field also. Could be the case. That's why it doesn't take the as it is field over here. But when you are having only one field, at least it should take that field name. But that is not happening because that option is not set exactly. So here we should not ever edit our column header in the pivot table. Never ever do that. Then how to bring it? I'll tell you. Keeping the cursor in pivot, going to the design tab, from the left, third option, report layout. Report layout in design, report layout. We have an option over here naming called show in tabular form. And the moment you take this option, immediately you will be finding exactly the same field name, whatever we have in our data, it is appearing over here as the header. So kindly check, is it turning, is it changing? Right. So these are the two minimum changes you must do whenever you go for a pivot table. Okay, we got a clarity on that. Now the second thing is over here, the data, whatever we have taken, we have prepared over here. How will I know that? How will I confirm that? Entire 1 lakh record from my source data, it is forming part of my pivot table. There is no data losses over here. There is no data items left out. There is no data items escaped. How will I confirm that? The best way to compare two reports by checking the totals. So we have a total of pivot table of 3199253. Now this total ideally should match in my summary table data, which column? Pivot table total should match in which column?
Sales USD.
Simple. So keeping the cursor in the sales USD column in any cell, go for control down arrow key. You will be reaching to the last row item. Go one step down. I told you in day one, what is the shortcut to make a total?
Alter plus and equal to sign.
Very good. Alt equal to. Go for it. Alt equal to, and the moment you hit enter, can you see the total? Are you getting the same total, whatever you got from pivot table total?
Yes, correct.
So we are in the right track now, and our entire data line items is forming part of our pivot table. This is how we got a confirmation, and this is recommended to establish a proper control in your data. All right. Now, our data is ready. Whatever my boss was asking, based on that report, we have made it. But as I told you, or I have been telling from day one itself, nowadays, the audience is having a different level of expectation. What is that? When you present your data as it is, they don't like it. And what they're expecting in return, that your data should speak a story to the people. So how to present our data in the format of a storytelling format? Let's say, come back to our pivot table. Keep your cursor in the grand total, any cell, in the grand total column, any cell. Right click on the same. You have an option called sort. And in sort, go for largest to smallest. And see the beauty. What kind of story we have designed over here. Any layman, whoever is sitting over there in the audience side, he is watching my data, he can make out from the entire product. From Indica, we have made the maximum revenue, and from Jest, we have got the least revenue. Right? Are you getting the same story? So how to prepare a basic pivot table out of a huge data line items, satisfying all the validation rules, doing the minimum data validation with the columns like date and numbers, and presenting the data in a proper fashion, doing the minimum data formatting in the pivot table, changing the format and bringing the same exact column name over here, and having a control with the totals, checking the both the reports are equal. We did all our basic pivot table. So hope whatever we did in our first pivot table, is it clear? Any doubt, any queries? All right. So Kindly rename the sheet as pivot 1. Kindly rename the sheet as pivot 1. So this is the practice you have to develop, people. Even though you are working with pivot, I would always recommend go for all these things, elements that will be helping you in saving your turnaround time and as well as giving a better feel and look to the pivot table data. Now, right click on pivot 1 sheet name. Right click on pivot 1 sheet name. You will be finding a pop-up menu comes. There is an option called move or copy. Move or copy. So when you go for this move or copy over here, you will be finding a dialog box turns out over here, and there is an option called create a copy. Checkbox is not activated. You can activate that checkbox. And once you activate, click OK, you will be finding a clone of our pivot 1 turns up, a duplicate sheet of pivot 1 turns up. Rename the same as pivot 2. Rename the same as pivot 2 and make your pivot 2 ready. So what we did, we just create a duplicate sheet of pivot 1 and we rename the same as pivot 2. This is the action we did. That's it.
Prabha, just once this product, Avinash, here product description, can you just show me one? I'm doing some mistake, I guess.
Right. You can go to your design, keeping the cursor in keyboard, going to design from the third option from the left, report layout.
Okay.
Show in tabular form.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
Right. Welcome. All right. Now, let us go and discuss what else we can do with regard to pivot table. So please stay focused with the storyline. Then later we'll be working on that. Now, looking at the same, suppose say, take an example, our friend over here, say Vinod, he is presenting the data to his boss like this. And his boss is watching the data. He's telling Vinod, the report layout, what you have given, taking the last 3 years revenue data in 3 different columns and defining all these products in this rows item. The pattern is really good. I liked it. And it is giving me a helping hand to analyze the data in a proper fashion. So boss is happy. And we know when boss is happy, what happens? More
work.
Same thing. So our friend Vinod is smart enough to understand the things and he's ready for the next level. So when boss is happy, expectation level goes high and the workload also increases. And immediate effect, what my boss asked me the question, let me take you through. He is telling me, Prabhas, you have given me last 3 years revenue data, well and good, but I want to do some more macro level of analysis on the same. I want to do some deep dive analysis on the same. So what is the meaning by macro level of analysis? So here, this kind of terminology, the corporate jargons people use so often over there, but I would always suggest, if you do not understand, please ask immediately then and there to the people, not to me, I'm asking about. In the real time situation, if in the hierarchy, your boss or the next level people, whoever is asking the reports by using such kind of corporate jargons, if you are not clear, please feel free to ask then and there. Probably sometimes some people they will be passing some adverse comments. Don't worry, but you are going to learn something. Take it in that way. If you do not know, you are going to learn something. So why I'm telling all these things is to be in secure position, because if you do not ask and you come back to your worksheet and you struggle over there, then you will be again be in trouble. So this is the reason why when things are not clear, if the requirement is not clear, please make it clear from there itself. All right. So now macro level of analysis is nothing but along with the year, if I want to go for narrow down my search or the analysis area, I can do month-wise analysis. So that is called macro level analysis. So first thing I have to do I have a field called month? Check it out. Do I have a field called month? Is it there in your case also, people?
Yes.
Yes. So our problem is solved. We have the data, but only thing is we need to take it to the right field area. So bring month to the over here, our row area. Bring month to the row area. Okay. So when I bring it, you can see over here with immediate effect, my pivot table report structure is changing, correct? So one more thing, friends, remember all the time is each and every pivot table, whenever you prepare at your workplace, it is conveying a unique story to the people. And you need to also understand the pivot table, whatever you are presenting, what kind of story is giving to the people. Well, let us go and work together. So I believe everybody is able to bring our month over there in the row area, not an issue. Now, the report structure, if you talk about this, let us analyze the report. See, my boss asked me, bring me 3 years revenue data in 3 columns. Checklist, okay, we got it. Now, what was his immediate requirement? Along with the years, month-wise requirement. Month, we have got it. But the report, if you think about it, what kind of story it is giving? Though you got your last 3 years revenue data along with the month, but the report is still giving the emphasis in which column? In your product description column. Though month is there, month has become secondary. And boss has never emphasized upon the product column. So the report what I am presenting right now is not going to definitely match the requirement from the other side. So how to bring it up to the mark or how to match the requirement? Simple. If you look at your row area, product description is there in the beginning, right? Bring it back, just bring the product description below to the month and see the beauty. The entire report structure is changing now. So earlier product description was there as your primary column, but now month has become primary, product description becomes secondary. So now see, compared to the previous version of our pivot table story, the entire story is now different. So simple interchanging the column, how it is turning the entire story upside down, you can see in the pivot table. And as I told you, each and every pivot table conveys the unique story. So hope you got that on your screen. Please confirm. Last 3 years revenue data with regard to month. So any difficulties in understanding? Anybody? Feel free to ask. No need to just keep and say yes, or no need to force yourselves to say yes. Okay. I consider, yeah.
So any tips, like you said, obviously, like value here, though you put, your sales value here, or the number value here. So rows and columns. Sometimes when the data comes to us, me, so I generally get confused. Ki row mein dalu ki column. I generally have the story, but is there any tips where I can? There are few things which if you put in row, every case study is different, but still there is any tips from your side?
Right, I'll tell you. See, first of all, take an example. I have got, see, the one tip I told you, if you remember that whichever the column deals with the numbers, you must go for value field area. That is clear?
Yeah.
Right. Now coming to the next. Suppose say I have got column called products, and over here, there I have got a column called year. Okay. Now I have got two areas left with me, suppose say rows and columns. Now, if you talk about products ideally where I should retain, in the rows or in the columns. Like a layman, let's think, forget about pivot table rules, regulations, the tips, tricks, forget about that. Ideally, you think about it, product, if you talk about where it will be retained. I mean, ideally, where it will be giving a great look if I retain in the rows or columns. No idea. I'm confused.
Yeah.
Right. So here, as I told you, think about like a layman. Products, if you talk about in any industry, is there any limitation that I can deal only with 10 products? Is there any limitation I can deal with only 100 products? Is there any limitations like that?
No.
So in our Excel, if you talk about these two, okay, rows, if you talk about how many rows we have, 10,48,576. How many columns we have? 16,384 columns we have. So which is more if you compare both?
Rows.
So if you compare two values, two fields, products and year, which will be more definitely?
Products.
So products I should retain in the row area. Got it?
Okay, got it.
And year I should retain in the column area, because technically if you analyze a organization's data, maximum 5 to 10 years only you can take into consideration. You cannot take 2 decades over here and consider, because in 5 years itself the company's history is changing. Correct?
Yeah.
So with that is not relevant also taking 10 years data and analyzing the same. It doesn't give a proper picture as well. So this is the reason why. What is the bottom line from the entire discussion? Whenever you take any fields, whichever the field contains the maximum number of variables, you should retain in the row area, and which is containing the least number of variables, you should retain in the column area. Hope that is clear.
Yes.
Now, coming to the next, in pivot, rows and columns, we got the understanding. Pravas, what is the about this filters? You did not say anything about this. I will tell you. In pivot, whichever the field you believe that this is going to act like a primary key or a global key, you must retain in the filter area. What is the meaning by primary key or global key? That field is going to control your entire pivot report. Now, suppose say in our case, though I have got 3 years data with regard to months, no doubt about it, but I want to see region wise report. So I have to take my region over here and populate in the filter. So if I take it, can you see about the pivot area, a region filter is coming up?
Yes.
So this is my global key. And why it is called as global key? Now, if I go to this filter, if I want to see the report only for Australia with the pattern, similar pattern, I will choose Australia over here, click OK. Now this entire report of Australia. So entire pivot table is being controlled from this field. Can you see that?
Yeah.
So that's why this is called your primary key. So whichever the field you believe that this is going to be my primary key, customer wise report, region wise report, cost center wise report, anything you talk about this, that you must retain in the filter area. So this is how the field is being designed over there in pivot table. So it is up to you depending on your data, because you are the right person who needs to judge what are the fields I need for my pivot table, and based on that you can populate the fields. Hope that is clear, answered your query, Avinash.
Yeah. Any other way to present this data, same column and row? Now, is there any other way to present the same data in a different way?
See, there is that's what, again, on the need specific. What is your need? Based on that you can present. So I'll take you through various options, don't worry. So that will be answering your query. Give me some moment over there. Well, so now the data, whatever as my boss was looking at last 3 years revenue data with regard to the month, we have prepared and plotted over here. Looking at the same, boss is also quite happy. And as we know, when boss is happy, what happens? The expectation level goes high. And what is now the requirement? His focus has gone to the data area. And when he is watching the data, there are many more cells having the blank cells. Can you see on your screen also? There are many more cells in the pivot table. We have got the blank cells. And immediately he asked a question to Binod. Binod, why there are so many blanks? So what is the reply from Binod? Let's hear that. Binod?
There is no sales in that
year,
that product.
Simple. 2014, if I talk about with regard to just for the month of January, there is no invoice I have raised. I have never sold a product to any of my customer. That's why this cell is remaining blank. So this is what I have understood, or we have understood, since we are working with the data. But the person whom we are sending the data, he will never know. And this kind of question is going to come. And when our friend Vinod's boss is asking this question, and when he is leaving all his work and he's explaining to his boss about what is the status of this blank cells, whose premium time is being wasted over here. So being a friend to Vinod, being a neutral person, being a audience, just let me know whose premium time is being wasted when Vinod is keep on explaining about the same.
Vinoda.
So, Vinod, do you agree with that?
Yes, Prabhu.
Yes. So that is definitely anybody's call. Anybody can just decide that this is Vinod. But who is held responsible for this? Is it the mistake of the boss? He's asking the unwanted question, or is it the mistake of Vinod, who has given that opportunity by leaving the blanks over there to ask the question?
Fine.
So obviously it is Vinod's mistake. And if you ask me, I would also say it's Vinod's mistake. So what is that from the discussion we have got? That whenever you prepare your pivot table and if you find your pivot is containing this kind of blanks, it is your duty or it is our duty to replace all these blanks with some kind of predefined text. 0, hyphen, nil, not available, not applicable, something like that. But how to do it? I will tell you. Find and replace is not going to work. Don't ever try also. The best option, I'll tell you, simple option, right click anywhere in the pivot. Right click anywhere in the pivot. From the bottom, second option deals with pivot table options. From the bottom, second option, pivot table options. And there is a dialog box you will be finding where you will be finding an option called for empty cell show. A box is there. So in that box, you can type anything, whatever you want to type to replace your blanks. 0, hyphen, nil, not available. But I told you that whenever you are dealing with the numbers, better you go for 0. And the moment you click OK, you will be finding all of your blank cells. Is it replaced with 0? Check it out, confirm.
Zero.
So this is how we have populated all the blank cells we have replaced with the predefined text called 0. So now looking at the 0, nobody will be even asking the further questions. Now, once I presented the same, take an example, take a look on my screen, please, have an understanding, focus my audio. See, I have presented all these things to my boss. Boss is quite happy with that. Now, the moment he is looking at the report, the product column, and when he's reaching to the product called Tiago, he is unable to find out which month that data belong to. And again, he has to look back in the beginning, then only he can realize this data is belong to January month. And that is what he's not comfortable in reading the same. And what he's demanding, he is telling, because this is fine, but the thing is the month column, it is appearing in the top. So why don't you do something over here? Why don't you populate the entire month column with the respective month name? So whichever the product I am dealing with, I can come to know, okay, this is belong to this month. Okay, so this is one thing what he's expecting. The month column has to be populated with all those blanks with the respective month names. So this is what we have done in our day two data fill. But here that technique is not required and it's not going to be applied also. So what is the best way to do the job? I'll tell you a very simple way. Keeping the cursor anywhere in pivot, going to design tab, and then from the left side, third option, report layout. Can you see one option? Repeat all item labels. And when you go for repeat all item labels, immediately can you see the transformation of your data? The month column, whatever it was showing some regular interval blank cells, now is it filled with the respective month names? All right, people. So this is the story of our pivot table number 2. So what we did in pivot 2, like how to interchange the columns and how to bring up a new story, how to replace the blanks, and how to use this repeat all item labels so that we can turn our data, pivot table data, into a flat data. All right. So pivot 2, Once it is done, kindly right click on pivot to sheet name, move or copy, move or copy. Dialog box appears, choose create a copy and click OK. So one more pivot turns up, please rename the same as pivot table number 3. Pivot table number 3. Now let us discuss what else we can do with regard to pivot table. So please stay focused with my screen and the storyline. See, this is what the pivot table I have presented to my boss. Last 3 years revenue data in 3 different columns. Month-wise analysis purpose, I have defined the month also in separate column, and my boss is quite happy. He is able to analyze the report, and this is done. So my boss is saying, because this report pattern I like the most. Let the pattern be remain the same, but I am done with the product description. I am done with the product description. What I want is, with the similar layout, instead of product description, I would like to see the customer-wise report. So boss is no more looking at product description. Boss is expecting customer-wise report. So the first thing first, do I have a field called customer? Check it out.
Yes.
So we are not having a problem because we have the data in place. So only thing is we have to bring it to the right place. So in that case, please remove the unwanted data. Product description, a checkbox is there. Kindly deactivate the checkbox. Now, what was the requirement? Customer. Bring customer to the row area and see the report now, the structure. Product description, deactivate, bring customer to the row area. Can you see the report now? The structure has been changed, having the similar layout, but now customer-wise report. Now, once we have done over there, let us analyze this report. Who is the first customer in our report? Al Hamid Automobiles. Everybody has the same name, Al Hamid Automobiles.
Yes.
Now, if my boss is looking at, stay focused, please. January month, Al Hamid Automobiles 2014, no business. When you scroll down, Feb, some business is there. March, no sign at all. April, zero. May, again, no business. June, also no business. But in the month of July, we got some business. So what is happening? The moment my boss wants to analyze the data for a particular customer for the whole year, he has to scroll down 12 times. He has to scroll down 12 times. Arya Motors, it cannot be. Sweta, see, you would not have done one thing over here. Have you sorted the data? Pivot 1. Did you sort your data? Right click on the same, sort. Did you do the sorting of the data of largest to smallest in the grand total column? Then when you copy this over here, over there in the pivot table number 2, did you go for right click refresh? Pivot 3, again you go for right click refresh based on that. So automatically you will be getting your first customer, Al Hamid Automobiles. Check. Are you getting now? Okay, please share your screen. Fine. Pivot 3. Okay. Go to pivot 2. Right click and refresh. Right. Go to pivot 3. Right click and refresh. Go up. Remove region from the filter. We do not have that. I explained to Avinash only. Remove region. Yeah, remove that. Yes. Now go for right click refresh. Okay, go to pivot 1. Pivot 1. Indica. Okay, go to pivot 3. Okay, remove month. Remove month. Yeah. Okay. Just go to grand total. Grand total, any cell. Grand total column, any cell. Right click. Right click. Refresh. Refresh. Yeah. Again, right click. Sort largest to smallest. Right. Now take month in the rows. Now take month in the rows. Yeah. Bring customer below to month. Okay. Now take over here. Hold on for a second. So January 2014, 15, 16 month is taken. Okay. How come the data will be different? See, you did not change the month column in the source data. Go to source data. I told you to change the month column, right? Is equal to text. You have gone for it. Go to the order date. Order date. Go to the order date. No, go to the order date. Date column. Select the first date. Control Shift down arrow key. Control Shift 3. See, you have taken month. Month again. It is coming up. Wait. It's not coming proper. See the next one. When you go for Jan, first one Jan. Did you apply the formula for the rest? Double click on the fill handle. No, Shweta, keep the cursor in the first cell, double click on that drag button. Automatically that will be applied for the entire formula. Yeah, double click. No, not the cell. The drag button, escape. Hit the escape button. Then keep the cursor in January, that month January. First you have defined the formula, January. Yeah, double click on the drag button, the button you drag, normally used for dragging. Double click. Okay. Now you go to the pivot table number 3. Pivot table 3. Yeah, go for right click, refresh. Okay. So now everybody has to change over here if you want, or if you're okay with your existing setup, not an issue. So let me take a control back on the screen. Okay. So let's do one thing, people, over here, just to avoid the confusion if it is going to arise. Keeping your cursor in the grand total, right click, sort largest to smallest. Everybody please do that, so that we can be in the equal page and everybody is having the customer is the first name is called Vasan Motors now. All right. So when you go for keeping the cursor grand total, sort largest to smallest, now are you getting Vasan Motors in the beginning? All right. Now, as I told you, when my boss is trying to analyze the data, say Vasan Motors also, he wants to see the entire 12 months data for a particular year called 2014. He has to scroll down 12 times. National Auto Wheels.
Hey, no problem. I think you continue. I'll maybe
No.
check.
Did you do the grand total column sorting or any other column sorting you have gone for?
No, I just went to the extreme right corner, then sorted.
Yeah,
from largest.
Yeah, in the grand total column.
Yeah, 1 second.
Yeah, you do one more time in the grand total column, any cell, you take it, right click on that, sort largest to smallest.
It is still showing as National Auto Wheels.
Yeah, could you please share your screen? Let me have a look.
Is it visible?
Yeah, I can see that. So National Auto Wheels. Go to the summary table. Go to the summary table, please. Yeah, come up, complete. Yeah, again, the same issue for you also. You have not changed the month because the order date, it is of January. If you see, keep the cursor in the order date, the first cell, order date, first cell, and shift control down arrow key. Control shift 3. Control shift 3 to convert any format to date format. No, not F3. Control shift 3. You have gone for only shift F3. Control shift 3. Only 3. Numerical key 3. Yes. So can you see now the order date 3rd January. Month is showing December. So this is the mistake we rectified earlier. So you have to go and rectify. The same problem happened with Sweta also. She did not do. You please go to the month column. Month column. The first one, type equal to text. Bracket open. Take your start, that is order date value as order date 3rd January, comma, double inverted quote start. No, not F5 to F5, F5 comma, not colon, is equal to text, not the shift. Bracket open. Bracket open.
Yeah.
Order date, comma.
Yeah, I'll drag it.
No,
Comma.
no, comma. Within double inverted quote, start. M, no, not two, only one. You have given two sets. Then type M four times, M four times. So that month, then double inverted quotes close. Enter. Now the same formula you need to apply for the rest. Double click on the fill handle. And you got your things ready. Now go to pivot 3. Pivot 3. And right click refresh. Right click refresh. So now you can go and arrange the data. Right click, again right click, order. You set it across largest to smallest. Sort, largest to smallest.
It is coming to Shridham orders now.
There might be some other problem. Go to summary table again.
I think region should be removed.
Decimals is there, not the issue.
So region should I remove?
Region not required, that you can remove, but that nothing to do with this. Only anyway, you can remove the region. Now these numbers, okay.
Should I go to, yeah, sorry.
1 minute. 16,386. Year is taken, month and customer, that's fine. All set, all good. Now over here, grand total. Okay. All right. So 50,999. Okay. Month, it is your customers. Okay. Fine. So it's just a year, month is taken. Okay. Now month column, you take it out, please. Again, month, you take it out. Yeah, remove that month. Now problem is there in pivot 3199253, which is not coming up. 3199253. So some other mistakes are happened in the summary table data. So kindly go to summary table data. Yeah, summary table sheet. Go to the sales USD column. Sales USD. Sales USD. Yeah, come down, extreme down, control down arrow key. Yeah. So the total is changing. So 328,15,329, your case. So there is some other problem in the data. It is changed. So 328,15,329. Okay, go to pivot table, please. Pivot table, pivot 1. Pivot 1. Yeah. So that is fine. In your case, your total is matching. Let it be. Now somewhere the data is changed. That's why it is showing like that. Not an issue. Okay. So pivot 3 is fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. No problem. All right. So pivot table number 3, as I was telling you, when I scroll down for 12 times, my boss is not quite happy watching the same. And this is what the place where my boss is saying is, please stay focused. He's telling, Prabhas, this report is okay, but it is not giving a comfort zone to me to work with, because I don't like navigating a lot or scrolling down a lot. This is what my boss is saying. So what he's expecting now, he's telling me, do something, get a complete table or picture in such a way in one interface that I could see all the customers' data at once and I could analyze it properly. So if that is the case, then how to present our data effectively? So if you look at your row area, you can see we have a month column is already there, month, right? Now take this to the column area. Take rows from month to column. And immediately you will be finding the entire pivot table structure has been changed. And all these customers we could see in one column. Can you see the report structure? Are you getting the same? When you take month to the columns, you will be finding the report structure like this. No doubt it is giving me the entire customer's information in one column. But the problem is, if you look at how many columns we are landed up with, see, if you look at, we are landing up with around count of 41 columns. So having 41 columns of data, how to present it? Quite impossible. Secondly, suppose my boss did not happen to see this report and immediately he asked me, Prabhas, while coming to my cabin, please get me a printout. So how will I take a printout of 41 columns? It's very difficult, isn't it? So this is not the right way to present your data in the format of a pivot table. So what is the best option? I'll tell you. First 1 minute, you please watch my screen, understand the concept. Next 1 minute, I'll be giving time. You can work around. See, in pivot table, if you look at, there is a field over here naming called 2014 below to year. Okay. I will right click on the same. There is an option in the pop-up menu called expand and collapse. And within that, I have an option called collapse entire field. And see the beauty? The moment I go for collapse entire field, the entire 3 years data, now it is just clinched to 3 years, 3 columns, and creating some kind of plus symbol in the cell called radio button. This button is called as radio button. So any point of time, if my boss happens to see only 2016 records or 2016 records, I have to only click 2016. So only 2016 records will be expanded. So what is happening? Unwanted data I am not showing to the audience. Unwanted questions are not going to come up. And once my presentation is over, again, to bring my data structure back, I can click on that 2016. Again, the minus symbol will turn into plus symbol. So this is called your expand and collapse button you can use to make a precise presentation of your pivot table data. So please give it a try. Keeping the cursor in column B 2014 cell, right click, expand and collapse, collapse entire field. Are you getting the structure like this? Please confirm. All right, so now the moment we are done with this is the story of our pivot table number 3, how to make a precise presentation. We got to know about this. Now, let's go for pivot 3 sheet name, right click, move or copy, create a copy checkbox you can activate and click OK. So one more pivot table turns up. You can rename the same as pivot 4. All right. Now, yeah, any questions from anybody? Okay. So once you have done with this pivot table, let's see what else we can do. So please stay focused on my screen, what I'm trying to say, try to understand that. See, regarding this expand and collapse button, this is one of the feature already available in pivot table, and anybody who knows about this feature also, he can present the data like this. So as I have been always telling you one thing, always try to make sure one thing, present your data differently in such a way so that people would be happy watching your presentation. So your presentation should be a unique one. So what else we can do in this data so that my presentation will be different from others? Or what else we can do so that it will be a value additions to my work? So let me give your inputs on this. How to make this presentation more better? What else we can do?
You're asking us?
Yes.
uh, maybe that day showed us some kind of charts and all that
Okay.
have input or some kind of upwards or downwards mark or something.
But here, how can it? Because we have got 3 years data, so where I can showcase as
Yeah,
up or down.
maybe some kind of trend of in the line chart kind of.
Okay, so if I go for presenting the same, if I go for this kind of line charts over here, if I go for right click, change chart type, and if I go for a line chart, is this going to make any sense in this? How will you
No, it's
interpret?
not good.
I have to go and again check a year by year. I mean, I can showcase only 1 year. So what is the trend? This is the year for, this is the trend. Okay, for 1 year. Next year, again, I have to go and do the thing. But here we have got 3 years data. That is what the trouble.
Yeah.
Right. So this kind of charts and graphs doesn't make any sense. So what will be the ideal option? What we can do is, I'll tell you. If you remember the other day, day two, we have got some basic understanding about the data visualization. What are the tools we have used? If you remember, try to recollect. One is about data bars. Other one is the icon sets. Third one is the spark lines. Able to recall?
Yes.
Right. So first 1 minute, you please watch my screen, how to make some improvements in this. Understand? The next 1 minute you can try. See, this is what the data I have. I will go and create another column naming over here, say visual. Okay. Now this column, I'll little bit expand it, and the same formatting over here, I'll be applying as if this is the property of my pivot table only to give a feel of that. Now Globus data, my first customer, whatever your case, let it be, don't worry. I'll be selecting the first customer's 3 years data. I will go to my insert. I will go to Sparkline. There is an option called line. The other day we had used column. So today we are going to use line. See, and when I go for this, this is demanding me. What is the data? Data is in selection. But where you want to present it in the visual column, first cell. Now, when I go for it, more or less, it will be giving a feel of a line graph. The same I will be applying for rest of the customers. And finally, there is a tab activated called Sparkline or options or design, something would be there. We have an option called markers. And when I choose markers, see the beauty. When you present your data, people will love to see this and this. Nobody is interested in reading your billions, millions, lakhs, and crores of numbers. So how people wants to interpret, how they are going to make out, say global data compared to last year, this year, the data is in decreasing trend. But Arya Motors consistently it is showing growth. So it's a good sign. Being a customer or being a dealer of mine, I should appreciate his performance. Now, Power Auto World compared to last year, again, it is decreasing. So it is a serious thing for me and gradual drastically it is being decreased. What is the reason behind the same? So like that, people will love to interpret and people will love to see that. So this is how we can make some improvements in our presentation. So what we have learned, the same thing we have just implemented over here. Make sense? Is it a value addition? Do you believe?
Yes.
Right. So please give.
Can you explain one more time?
Yeah. See, first I have created a visual cell like this. Then I have chosen my first customer's 3 years data only. Going to insert sparkline, line sparkline. And when I go for this over here, this is demanding where is the data. Data is already selected, data range box. Location is the first cell of my visual column. And then when I click OK, I will be applying the same by dragging it for the rest of the customers. And then going to Sparkline, choosing the option markers. And this is done. So once it is done, please confirm. Anybody needs my support, do let me know. I would help you. So pivot 4, I guess everybody's clear with that, what we did, the operation.
Yes.
Right. Now, let's go for right click on pivot 4 sheet name, move or copy, create a copy checkbox you can activate and click OK. So one more duplicate sheet turns up. Please rename the same as pivot table number 5. So now this visual column is no more required. We can delete by selecting the whole column, delete the column. And customer, you can deactivate. Month, you can deactivate. Product description, you can bring it to the row area. The first pivot table, whatever we have designed, please bring that pivot table structure of pivot table number 5 in that format. Then we'll discuss what else we can do with regard to pivot table.
One more time, I could not, there was some technical issue, could not hear you.
Yeah, so
five I have made. Yeah.
Right. Then in that, please remove that visual column you can delete. You can select and delete the column first.
Okay.
Then remove your customer. Customer checkbox you can deactivate.
Okay.
Month you can deactivate.
Okay.
Product description you can bring it to the row area.
Okay.
Right. So I believe everybody is able to do that. And Shweta, how is the status? Are you with us? Okay, great. Fine. Now, the moment we have done with this over here, let us stay focused. What else we can do with regard to pivot table? Now, no need to do anything, just stay focused with my storyline. This is what last 3 years revenue data with regard to multiple products I have prepared and presented to my boss. Boss is also quite happy. And now he's telling me, Prabhas, you have given me only the last 3 years revenue data. Yes, but I want to analyze something more on this. What is that? To generate this much of revenue, how much incentives we have paid, I want to see that. So basically in one line, if you say, boss is now trying to analyze revenue versus incentive. So in that case, the first thing, incentive. In the corporate or industries, whenever we are working with, whom we pay the incentives? To the salesman, sales agent, salespeople. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
So whom we have paid, that is none of his concern. How much we have paid, that is what he wants to see. So the first thing first, do we have a field called incentive? Kindly check. Do we have a field called incentive? Is it there?
No. No.
So
No.
our problem starts. We do not have incentive. We do not have incentive. Then just take a pause on this. So we know whom we pay the incentive, that we know very well, we have discussed. Now take an example. In our organization, say Tata Motors, we have a uniform policy. Whoever the salesman, whatever the region he belongs to, east, west, north or south, how much ever the billing he makes, he will be entitled for 2% incentive. So suppose say a salesman is making a billing of 100 rupees, he will be directly entitled for 2% or 2 rupees as an incentive. Okay, this is the policy we have. So in our case, what is the situation we have? We do not have incentive data, but we know how to compute it. So in that case, if I want my incentive data to be populated in pivot table, how to do that? That is the objective. So when you do not have the data, we have a choice, we have an option. We can go back to our source data sheet. We can go back to our source data sheet. And what is the last column we have? Channel partners. We can keep our cursor to the channel partner next to the channel partners and name the column as incentive. Name the column as incentive. Please do it. So incentive, what would be the formula? As I told you, 2% on the billing column. Billing column is sales USD, so equal to sales USD multiply by 2%, equal to sales USD multiply by 2%. The moment you hit enter, you got your first incentive ready. Now, as we know, the same we can apply for the rest. So double click on the fill handle and immediately your incentive column will be ready, but in your source data sheet. Now, once it is ready, come back to your pivot table. That is pivot table number 4 or 5, pivot table number 5. And there, if you look at below to incentive or below to channel partners or in the pivot table field list, do you see a field called incentive has come? We do not have. So our experts, they will suggest you, Pravas, go for right click on pivot table and go for refresh. So when you go for this, are you getting the incentive? Check it out. Below to channel partners, are you getting the incentive? No. So here, refresh also is not working. The reason is refresh option is being designed to deal with your pivot table, bring the respective changes if you do the changes with the existing data range. Once your range is expanded in terms of columns or rows, refresh is not going to work. So for that reason, we have to keep our cursor in pivot, going to pivot table analyze or analyze depending upon the version of your pivot table or Excel. Then we have an option called change data source. Can you see I'm highlighting change data source? And when you go for this, it will immediately take your cursor to our source data sheet. And in this, no need to do anything right now. Just take the horizontal scroll bar and come towards your right. Now, can you see what is that last column is being populated? Can you see a dotted line? It is turning up. So it is showing yes. My data is up to K range only it is taken, but technically our data is being designed up to column L. So what we need to do in this range where K is written, that alone you have to update with the column L. So that is the only change you have to do. No other changes. And the moment you do the change and click OK, next moment you have to go and click OK. That is the only thing you have to do. So as I told you, going to K, I'll change it to L. And the moment I click OK in my pivot table field list, below to channel partners, can you see one incentive field is populated?
Yes.
And as we know, incentive, what type of data it is holding? What type of data it is dealing with? Is it number?
Yes.
So what is the right field area to place with?
Column values.
Very good. So in value area, we can populate. So bring incentive to the value area and see the beauty. In pivot, a new column will be turning up, naming your incentive as the total incentive over there in the extreme right. Along with that, year-wise, how much incentive we have paid, that also we able to express. And my boss is going to be happy definitely because I'm giving a helping hand to analyze the data, revenue versus incentive. So this is the story of our pivot 5. Whenever there is a need that how to work around with the same. Yes, Avinash, where is the problem? What is the challenge you faced?
No, this you added the incentive that I just show us one more time.
Okay, so keeping the cursor in pivot, going to pivot table analyze in the top.
Yes.
Change data source option we have. Change data source.
Change data source is not showing. 1 second. Yes.
And if you click, it will take your cursor to the source data sheet.
Summary. Yes.
Then there you can see the column, it is showing as K580, the range. So instead of that, you have to change to K to L. That is the only change you have to do.
Then take incentive to rows.
No, value.
Value.
So this is the story of our pivot table number 5, that how to bring a new column when the data is not available in our source data sheet. We have understood. So any questions from anybody? Everybody is clear with this, what we did? Now, right click on pivot 5 sheet name. Right click on pivot 5 sheet name, move or copy. Move or copy. Then create a copy checkbox you can activate and click OK. So one more pivot table turns up. Please rename the same as pivot table number 6. Sum of incentive is different. Okay. Could you please share your screen? Let me have a look.
Continue to say only. My mistake.
Shweta, got it now. Clarified.
Yes, I got it.
Okay. Fine. Let me take it. All right. Now, once we go for another sheet of pivot table, let's see what else we can do. So now we have done with our incentive. You can deactivate the incentive field. Okay. And we have got our pivot table structure back, the first pivot table, whatever we have created. So incentive data we have populated, boss is able to analyze and he's quite happy with that. His job is also done. Then again, what happens? He has got another demand. What is the demand? He is telling, Russ, you have given me the billing amount over here, last 3 years or 3 columns over here, we got it. Okay. Now to make this much of billing, or while making this much of billing, how much discounts we have given to our customers, I want to see that. So what is the requirement now? Boss is expecting the discounts, how much we have given to our customers. He wants to analyze. So billing amount versus the discount amount. He wants to just check. Okay. The first thing, do we have a field called discount? Check it out.
No field.
So again, the problem starts. When you do not have the data, problem is on. So fine, let's keep that on hold. Now, say, like incentive, in our Tata Motors, we have got a uniform policy for discount also. Whoever the customer, how much ever the quantity he purchases or buys from us or makes the billing, he will be entitled for 5% discount. So problem is now we do not have the data, but we know how to compute it. Now, if that is the case, if you need to prepare a column called discount in pivot table, how will you do that?
Prabhas, one second. Where is the pivot table? That is missing.
Pivot table is
in my
missing.
sheet. I don't know how it is.
Could you please
Some
share,
mistakes.
could you please share
Can
this
I show my
screen?
screen?
Yeah. Please do that.
Sorry.
No problem.
So,
Huh,
is my screen
no
visible?
problem. Yeah, it's visible. So the field list box is missing. Right click on pivot table. Right click on the pivot table. Right click.
Okay.
Show field list. The bottom last option. Show field list. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Yes, people. So as we were discussing, we do not have the discount, but we know how to compute it. If that is the case, I want to bring my discount in pivot table. So how to bring it? So here, as we know, recently we did the same for incentive. In the similar fashion, we can go back to our source data, creating a new column discount, applying our own formula, changing the data source, and the same we can populate in our pivot table as a discount. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Yes.
So the entire process, if you think about it, how much time roughly we are estimating over there we are spending? The entire stuff, what we did for incentive calculation, roughly how much time we have spent?
5 minutes.
5 minutes. So one end, our 5 minutes of quality time is being spent over here. Remember. Secondly, what is happening because of our new column and application of some formulas, my file size is also getting heavy because my source data is getting loaded with some more formulas. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
So this is the reason why the task what we did for incentive calculation is not recommended. Our experts, they suggest us do the job like this, but this is not recommended by Excel. Neither I do advise for the same. Now, what is the objective? Let's discuss. Whenever you happen to create a new column in pivot table with application of your own formula, without creating the source data sheet records, how to bring it on in pivot table, that is what the objective. So in one line, we are not going to create anything in our source data sheet, but we are going to create a column in pivot table naming called discount. So in that case, keeping the cursor in grand total, please do it along with me. Keep your cursor in grand total. Then go to your pivot table, analyze or analyze depending upon the version of your Excel. There is an option called fields, items and sets. Fields, items and sets in the calculation group, fields, items and sets. And there is an option over here inside navigate calculated field. So when you go for this calculated field and if you click, it will take you to a dialog box called insert calculated field. Insert calculated field. And there, the first criteria is the name. So what should be the name of the field? Yes, what we decided. What is the field name?
Discount.
Please provide. So name the field as discount. This is the first criteria we have done. Coming to the next. Criteria is formula. Remove everything. Whatever it is there already in the formula box, remove everything because we are going to design our own formula. And for discount column purpose, what is the formula we discussed? 5% on the billing column. So if you see in the fields list, do you have a field called sales USD? Is it there?
Yes.
So double click on that. So when you double click on the same, you will be finding the same field name is going to be embedded in my formula box. And
yes,
multiply asterisk sign 5%. So that's it. This is what we were looking for and we have provided. And finally, now I can go for clicking OK. So please go and click OK and see the beauty. So what we did, we have gone for insert calculated field. Then we have changed the name and we have double click on the field handle button, or sorry, double click on the field list box over this sales USD. Then 5% we have changed. And finally, we need to go and click OK. So these are the changes we did. And finally, the moment I go and click OK, can you see immediate field is created called total discount. Along with that, year wise, how much discounts also we have given, we got that. Right? So
not able to get that calculated, that discount rates not highlighted.
No, I did not get you. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, actually it's not highlighted when I click in that analyze button. It's not able to.
Okay, could you please share your screen? Let me see. Yeah, Parag, I'm repeating in Pramod's screen. You can also cross check. Yeah, Pramod, you can share the screen.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah.
Here,
right.
And, it's not.
Okay. Okay. You are in the read-only mode. First of all, save the file. Save the file. Data analysis file is in read-only mode. You please save that file.
Okay, fine. Okay.
No problem. You do that. No problem. No need to stop sharing. You do that first. You are trying to access from the zip file. Don't put it in the zip file. That is the reason why it is always coming on read only. Create a folder in the desktop.
Okay.
Now you go, keeping the cursor in the pivot grand total. Yeah. Go to analyze, not the design, analyze. Yeah, there you go. Still something is missing. Let me see. This is the data, product description. Then why is it coming up as a range? Go to summary table, please. Yeah. The entire worksheet. Okay. Keeping the cursor in the data, anywhere in the data.
Okay.
Go to insert. Pivot table. Click OK. 1 minute. Add to data model that you deactivate. There is a tick box, check mark in the bottom. Yeah,
okay.
That you remove. Yeah.
Okay.
Click OK. Now you bring your product descriptions to the rows. Yeah. Then sales USD in the values. Here in the columns. Here in the columns. Right. Now keep your cursor in the grand total. Go to analyze, fields, items, and sets. Calculate field.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now you go and name the field as discount. Formula, you clean it, whatever it is there, remove it completely. Yeah. Sales USD, double click. Multiply, that is product multiply 5% and click OK.
Okay. Yeah.
Right.
Got it. Yeah. Thank you.
Welcome. So Parag, hope it is clear for you also.
No, it's not showing in my screen. Shall I share?
Yeah, please do that. So this kind of mistakes, it should come. You should commit the mistakes in the training itself, so that it will be giving enough confidence while working with your real-time data. Right. Okay. Going to fields, items, and sets. Yeah, up. Yes. Yeah, it is on. Calculate field. Yeah, name it as discount. Then formula, you remove everything, whatever it is there. Yeah. Double click on sales USD. Multiply. No. Multiply 5% and click OK. Got it. Yep. All right, so I'm taking the control back on the screen. So this is what we did on pivot table number 6, that how to use this insert calculate field option. So instead of creating the data in our source data sheet, we have always a choice. We can prepare a new column in pivot table by going to fields, items, and sets, calculated field, defining our own formula. So from the entire discussion, what we have learned, that our incentive also we could have calculated like this. Is that clear, people?
Correct.
So taking the live data, keep practicing about all these options. You can save a lot of time, and people also love to see such kind of information. Now, the moment we have done with this, pivot 6, right click on pivot 6 sheet name, move or copy, create a copy checkbox you can activate, and click OK. So one more table turns up. You can rename the same as pivot table number 7. So now you see we have got discount field already there populated in the pivot table field list box. But if you see your summary table data sheet, there is no such kind of field called discount. So that is called your virtual field. So incentive is your real field and your discount is your virtual field. But both are going to be the property of your pivot table. So discount, you please deactivate. And don't be panicked that if I go and deactivate discount later, we cannot use it. You can, as long as the pivot table is there, this field is going to be there as a property of pivot table. Now, let's see what else we can do with regard to pivot table. So pivot 7, what we did, we have deactivated our discount field. That is the only thing we did. Now, please stay focused with the next requirement. Very, very important. Stay focused. It's going to make your life easy. The concept of pivot table, what I'm going to tell you right now. So please stay focused with the storyline. This is what the report our friend Vinod has presented to his boss. Okay. Now, suppose say our friend Mr. Vinod is reporting to our group. I'm going to take one name called Parag. So Parag, is there any objection if I take your name for our story?
No problem.
Thank you so much. And I guess Vinod is also not going to have any objection. Vinod, do you have?
No problem.
Okay, thank you so much. So our friend Vinod is presenting the same to Parag, and Parag is watching the data, and he's telling Vinod, the report layout is really great. Last 3 years revenue data in 3 years and all the product wise information in row items, it's giving a clean look for me, and I'm able to analyze the data. But you have given me only one pivot table. What Parag is saying to Vinod, you have given me only one pivot table. I am not happy with that. And what I am expecting is, Parag is saying to Vinod that with this structure, with this layout, with this pattern of pivot table, I am looking for salesman wise pivot table, salesperson wise pivot table I am expecting from you. So basically, Parag is not happy with one pivot table. Depending upon the number of salesmen, that many pivot table he is expecting from Vinod. So in that case, what we have the options. So let's work together, but you don't need to do anything on the screen right now. I am doing on behalf of all, so please stay focused on my screen. So in this case, as we have developed the practice, first thing first, do we have a field called salesman?
Yes.
So problem solved. We have the data. So now please do not do anything. Just look at my screen. If I want to do the R&D on this, how will I do that? So I'll take salesperson first to the row area. Pattern is disturbed. Parag is not happy. If Vinod is going to take this to the column area, patterns remain the same. Salesperson header is showing, but details are missing. Doesn't make any sense. Again, Parag has taken, Vinod has taken salesperson to the filter area. So patterns remains the same, no doubt. And in the pivot, above to the pivot area, you see a salesperson field is also coming up. So this is somewhat looking good and nice. And this is also meeting the requirement Vinod felt for a while. And immediately he expressed his view to Mr. Parag. And what he said? He said to Parag that, Parag, if you want multiple reports, do one thing, go to this salesperson filter, choose one person, that is salesman one, click OK. With immediate effect, this data is going to turn only for salesman one. So only thing is you need to copy this data. You have to insert a worksheet and you have to paste it. And this is the action only you have to repeat for number of times depending upon the number of salesmen. This is what our Vinod expressed his view to Parag. So Parag, are you going to be happy with his statement?
No.
So what would be your reaction?
I want salesperson wise data by year 2014, 15 and 16 respectively.
Right. This is what you're expecting, but Vinod is unable to present it. Vinod says like this is the maximum it is happening in the pivot table. I cannot do anything beyond that. So what will be your opinion in this? All right.
I will ask him.
Yeah. Tell me. No problem. This is just an open discussion we are taking to make our.
I will ask him to make a separate sheet and give it to me.
Right.
Or I will, yes.
Right. That's what. Okay. So this is what the requirement is clear. Vinod, are you clear with the requirement from the Parag side?
Yes.
Right. So all of the rest of our group members, hope you have understood the entire storyline. What is the ask? What is the delivery you have to make? Hope it is clear.
Yes.
Right. Now just hold on for a second over here. Okay, I'm going to take you through entire thing again. Now, when this is what the demand given by Mr. Parag and Vinod is expressing like this, Parag is not happy. Okay, now Parag is really, he's just looking at the things and he made the things clear. But sometimes some people will react in a different way. I'll tell you what is the reaction from the other side. Mostly people will do. Now, when I presented the same to the people, or my boss, suppose say I'm presenting the same, my boss is looking at the same, what he's telling me, he just looked at my data. He again looked at me and he gave a plastic smile. Bosses are good at smiling. This plastic smile, what is the plastic smile meaning? The smile which is not natural. You would have seen also, isn't it? So what he's saying, he's telling me, he has listened the entire story and he's telling me, Prabhas, I'm really impressed with your smartness. The way you have diverted the entire responsibility towards me, I like that. Now, if I am going to do your work, then let's do one thing. Tomorrow morning, when you come to office, please bring your resignation letter with yourself. I would be happy to sign on that. So this is the kind of reaction my boss has given to me, right? This is how the people treat us people. So now the question is, what is that Parag expecting from Mr. Vinod? So stay focused. No need to do anything. Stay focused. See, the first thing over here, suppose say, we are working with a global report. We are working with a global report. Okay. And how many sales people are there in our organization, Tata Motors? We have got 200 salesmen. Okay. Now, in this case, what Parag is expecting from Vinod, the first job over here is insert worksheet How many? For how many people?
200.
So definitely 200 sheets Parag is expecting. Am I right, Parag?
Yes.
Second job for Vinod. Select, copy. What to be copied? The pivot table, and paste for how many times? 200 times. Third job, select, filter with salesman name. How many times? 200 times. Total 600. That is also not enough for Parag. Finally, Parag is also expecting that Vinod should go and rename what? Worksheets. How many times based on the salesman? 200. So total, how many tasks? 800. Okay. Now, the first thing I would like to ask our friend Vinod, how much time it will be taking for you to complete this task and present it to Parag?
It will take much time.
Yeah, in terms of hours, you have to quantify. That is what the commitment people are expecting. It's not you or me, everybody. So roughly 8 to 10 hours, can I say?
Sure.
Right. So first of all, in this case, my friends, can you imagine the volume of task, the pain of the task, whatever it has been demanding to me now? If I were in your place, I would be thinking, really, I need to do this? What is the role this kind of report is going to play? So what's your belief? Why Parag is insisting for this kind of report? It doesn't mean that what my boss is asking, I should go and blindly do it. Being a user, I must know what kind of role this report is going to play so that I can give some value additions to my work. Got my point? So again, I'm repeating the same question. What kind of role this report is going to play? Why Parag is insisting such kind of report from Vinod? Being a audience, being a neutral person, friends, give me your opinion, share your view.
He wanted to see the performance of salesperson individually.
Okay, that's a good one. So basically, whatever the target it has been fixed to each and every salesman, how much they have achieved, whether it is overachieved or underachieved, what is the scenario he wants to see, and he is looking for or he's seeking a feedback from each and every salesperson. So once the data is output is ready, he can send individual sheet wise to the respective people over email, and he can collect the feedback. Okay, this is what we anticipate, but technically this is not the reason. I will tell you. Basically, Parag wants to make Vinod's life miserable. That's why he is giving willingly this kind of voluminous task to him. Okay. Anyway, jokes apart. Well, Swada, what happened to your keyboard? It behaves something odd, I believe. Okay, so now this kind of 8 to 10 hours of task, my friends, stay focused. Again, I'm just going to end of my story. This kind of 8 to 10 hours of job, can you do it in 8 or 10 hours also? I will say quite impossible. The reason I'll tell you, though we have anticipated that it will be taking 8 hours, but the other problems you cannot ignore. What are the other problems? When you have 200 Excel worksheets in one workbook, system doesn't support, Excel not responding, Excel stopped working, Excel is restarted, Windows is hanged, all these problems are there. Can you ignore that?
No.
So, having said all these things, our friend Vinod is unable to complete the task. And again, there is a big question mark about the efficiency and productivity of our Vinod, and that is going to reflect in his KRA. And obviously, a negative impression is going to create a bad remarks in the appraisal systems also. So, all this entire chain reaction is there. Now, just imagine that entire 8 to 10 hours of task, if I could make it happen for you just in 10 seconds. Yes, trust me, 10 seconds. So how much of quality time we can save? A lot of amount of time, correct? So now the objective is over here. Whenever there is a need, if you happen to export your pivot table report into multiple reports on a click of button, how to do that? So for that reason, first job first, based on salesperson, my boss is expecting multiple report. Do one thing, bring salesperson to the filter area. Bring salesperson to the filter area. Okay. Once you bring the salesperson to the filter area, you can notice about the pivot table, salesperson filter is on. So keep your cursor in that filter cell. Don't click the filter button, just select that cell. So once you select that cell over here, then go to your pivot table analyze or analyze depending upon the version of Excel. From the left, very first option, you have called pivot table name. And below to that, there is an options tab. Don't click on the options. Next to the options tab, you have a small navigation button is there. A tiny button is there. A down arrow key symbol button is there. Just click on that. It will open with three different options. Options, show report filter pages, generate get pivot data. So go for the second one, show report filter pages. And the moment you click, you will be finding a dialog box is activated and there is a field already populated or selected within that box. What is that? Salesperson. And recollect, what is my boss is expecting based on which field the multiple reports? Is it on the salesman only? Yes. Now click OK and see the beauty. On your blink of your eyes, your pivot will start exporting the data, having the pivot table reports with the similar layout. Pivot table filter is already selected with the salesman name and the sheets are also renamed with the salesman name. Can you see that beauty? So just imagine how much time you can save. Trust me, this is what people don't know. I have literally seen them sitting and doing the copy paste work at the year end. Whenever they do the reconciliation activity or customer balances, confirmation balances, you send it across, or product wise report you want to analyze, or cost center wise report you want to analyze, or salesman wise report you want to analyze, anything you can do it over here. So that's why we call it as life savior option of our pivot table.
Could you repeat again?
Yeah. So first of all, over here, keeping your cursor, salesperson, you bring it to the filter area. This is the first step. Is it done?
Yes, it's done.
Now select that filtered cell of salesperson above to the pivot table. Okay. Going to pivot table analyze in the top.
Okay.
First option from the left, pivot table name is there.
Yes.
Below to that, options is there.
Yes, it's there.
Next to option, there is a small button.
Show report filter pages, right?
Yeah, in that show report filter pages. And click OK. Okay. And click OK.
Okay.
So immediately you'll be finding all your pivot table report will be exported into multiple sheets.
Yes, I got it.
Right. So this is about the story, our pivot table number 7. Hope it is clear. Any doubt, any questions from anybody?
I think mine is not activated again. I think.
Yeah. You please share your screen. You please share your screen. So pivot. Okay. We have created a new pivot table, right? On the last discussion. Where is that?
Yeah. Yeah. It's.
Yeah. From there, you create a copy. Right click on the same, move or copy. Yeah, create a copy and click OK. Right. There you go, keeping the cursor in pivot. No, you keep your cursor in pivot. Yeah. Remove discount deactivate. Discount field you can deactivate. Now you bring salespersons to the filter area. Salesperson to the filter area. Yeah. Select that filter cell B1. Go to your analyze. First option, that options, yeah. Show report filter pages. Show report filter pages. Yeah. Click OK.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Earlier it's not coming. Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Yeah. Sure.
Now, the moment we have done over here, then let's go to our pivot table number 7, what we have created. Right click on the same, the sheet name, right click, pivot 7 sheet name, right click, move or copy, create a copy, checkbox you can activate and click OK. So one more pivot table turns up, you can rename the same as pivot table number 8. Okay, so salesperson work is over, that we can deactivate, not an issue. So now we are going to discuss the rest of our pivot table after a short break. So in my system, now it is 4:21. So I'm giving 4 minutes grace, 4:25. So at 4:35, again, we are going to resume our session. So have a brisk and come back soon. So I'll be in mute, I'll be back soon. So I believe everybody is back. Could you please respond in the chat box? Why for yes? So before break, we had discussed about over there that how to export our pivot table data into multiple reports. So now we have created a duplicate sheet. We have named also pivot 8. So let's see what else we can do with regard to pivot table. Okay. Now, what I'm trying to say, please stay focused on my screen. No need to do anything. Okay. Let's have a discussion on that. The moment I go for my summary table data sheet, okay, if anybody, suppose say my boss asked me a question, Pravas, out of this 1 lakh records, just show me the data only for year 2016, and I would like to see only, suppose say, Indigo related records. I repeat what my boss is saying. Out of entire 1 lakh records, I am interested watching only 2016 data, that too Indigo product related records. So what we do, we go to our filter. First, we go for our year 2016. Yeah, so 2016. Okay. Next filter on the product description and which product he is looking at over here, say Indigo. So I'll see wherever Indigo is there, that alone I can go for right click, filter and selected by cell value. So this is the data. And then once it is there, my boss is asking me, okay, select this. And this is the total I can see in the bottom, 10,29,488 US dollar. So do you agree? This is the way we present our information if people are demanding. What's it?
Yes.
So this is the practice we have developed. And in fact, if you see anybody else also in the corporate while working, they are also doing the same. But this is the place where I will be recommending not to do this action in this format. How? I'll tell you. See, the same thing we are going to do. So instead of doing the filter action repeatedly, how to bring that data structure and without struggling around with this. See, we have a pivot table. What was the requirement? Again, I'm repeating 2016 data. For which product? For Indigo. Can you see? The data is there already over here in pivot itself, correct? Now I'll go and simply double click on that 10,29,488. Can you see? A separate section of that combination of records is going to be populated in a different worksheet in my pivot table itself. And next sheet is coming up. Having the data formatted with tabular format, all the filter buttons are already activated by default. So can you see? The task which we are doing manually, and that too with repeated filters, the same thing we can do it with just a pivot on a click of button. So this is what, once I displayed all these things, the potential of pivot table and everything from the entire discussion, what you have got it. What's the summary? What's the bottom line? What is the learning takeaway? I showed you, complete thing I showed you. I asked the question, I replied the same, and what is the better version of to replying the same, everything I told you. So from the entire discussion, what is that you have learned? Whatever it is, you feel you can tell me, no problem.
Saving time.
Yeah, one thing we could save your time. Very good. What else?
Second, data we can get instantly without doing any making reports separately.
Yeah.
Just one click.
Right, right. So the bottom line for the entire discussion, I would say, is whenever you are presenting your pivot data, ensure you on one thing, no need to send your source data records. What's the learning takeaway? Whenever I am presenting my pivot table to my next level, to my customer, to my vendor, to my boss, superior, XYZ global leaders, just the pivot alone is enough. You don't need to send the raw data along with that. So what is going to happen? My pivot table will be precise. Obviously, file size, attachment style will be also less. That also we know. And you can ask me a question, Pravas, what is the beauty of doing that? What's the benefit? See, when I send the pivot table alone, then again, my boss, suppose he wants to know that, Prabhas, how did you create this pivot table? Where is the base data? Where is the source data? I don't need to send the file again as a source data. I can ask the people, go for the double click on this grand total. Again, the entire data sheet will be coming up in your next worksheet. So this is the beauty of pivot table. So what we have understood, how these things are happening, because pivot itself carries the data along with it. So you don't need to send the raw data separately as a separate worksheet or attachment along with your pivot report. So your pivot alone is enough to cater all the needs. So if the other end people wants to play around with the data, on a simple double click on the grand total, pivot will generate that source data. Hope it is clear.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So this is how you can save your time. This is how you can save your attachment file size also over there, and you can make your job done. And this is also a cross check for the other end, how people are understanding your data or reports. When you are sending a report, if something is missing over there or he wants to analyze further on that, definitely he needs the source data. And if he is not asking, it doesn't, it's a simple message for you. He is not watching your reports at all, isn't it? Do you agree with me?
Yes.
Right. So this is our 2016 and Indigo, the report. All right. So pivot table number 8, right click on the same, the sheet name, pivot 8, right click on the sheet name, move or copy. Yeah.
Sorry, Prabhas, one more time, how you got this Indigo's data? Take one more time.
Yeah. In pivot 8, if you see the combination of 2016 and Indigo, the file is over here and the cell value is 10 lakhs 29,488. On that cell, we have to go for double click on the over there in the mouse. So when I go for double click, the entire data set of that combination of 2016 and of Indigo will be turning up.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
So right click on pivot 8 sheet name, move or copy. Create a copy checkbox can be activated. Click OK. So one more table turns up. You can rename the same as pivot 9. Now, once your pivot 9 is ready, let us discuss what else we can do with regard to pivot table. Okay. So please stay focused on my screen for a while. Okay. Now, if you recollect, the moment we started working with our pivot table, we have taken last 3 years data, isn't it? Because I had to show you many more information, and taking the historical data only, we can analyze. Just 1 year data alone is not enough. So when you want to compare the data year-wise, month-wise, everything, so we have to take last 3 years data. Okay. So for the time being, assume that this entire 1 lakh records is not pertaining to the last 3 years. It is just pertaining to only 1 year data. Assume this is only 1 year data. And based on this, if my boss is asking a simple report to be prepared, like boss is asking, Prabhas, if this is 1 year data, please get me a simple report. Month-wise, what is the revenue we have made? So boss is expecting a simple report, month-wise revenue. So assuming that entire 3 years data belongs to only 1 year record, if I want to prepare a month-wise report over there, then what is the thing we can do? First of all, whatever the unwanted things like product description, remove it, deactivate the checkbox. Year, you can deactivate the checkbox. Bring month to the row area. So can you see a simple report, month-wise revenue we got on the screen?
Okay.
So all of you have got that month-wise revenue report?
Yes.
Now, over here, the moment we have gone for this is what anybody's job. Anybody can design like that. So now the question comes over here, how to make some improvements on this, or what is the value addition we can give it over here so that my data will be more informative. So please look at the same and give me your opinion. What else we can do? Do you recollect in day one, we did something over here? When you have month-wise revenue data, we have made the data presentation revenue in percentage, month and month growth we have done, growth in terms of percentage, our cumulative data in terms of YTD, cumulative data in percentage, YTD in percentage to make it informative. Did you recall?
Yes.
So all these things, we made it in a normal Excel sheet data. In a generic Excel sheet, we could prepare this kind of data presentation and we can make it more informative. That we learned. So the same thing as a value addition, we could do it in our pivot table data also. Yes. The data is quite similar. Month was revenue only, correct? So all these things, whatever we did the other day, the same thing we can do to make a value addition. But here, people always believe that this kind of data presentation is possible only if you are there in normal Excel sheet data. This is not possible in pivot table. And this is the place where we are going to make it different by bringing all these things in pivot table. All right. So hope you are clear with the objective. What we did the other day, the same thing we are going to do it in pivot table to make it more informative. So the first thing first, revenue in percentage is required. So revenue is there already in terms of value. We have to make it revenue in terms of percentage. So how to do that? Let's see. We have got a field called sales USD already there in our value field area. Let's bring sales USD one more time to the value field area. Just 1 minute, you please watch my screen. Understand? Then next 1 minute you can try. So I have taken sales USD one more time over here to my value field area. Sales USD, I have taken one more time to the value field area. Okay. Now, once I got that field over here, keeping the cursor in the data header, I have gone for right click. There is an option called over here, show values as. And when I go for show values as, there is an option called percentage of grand total. What's that? Percentage of grand total. So when I go and click percentage of grand total with immediate effect, can you see my data is transformed into percentage value? And the moment I see the total, is it showing 100%? Yes, I'm in the right track. So only thing is, I need to change the column and change the column. What should be the name? Should be revenue percentage. So what we did the other day in normal Excel sheet data, the same thing we could do it in pivot table itself. So please go and give it a try. Bring sales USD one more time to the value field area.
Right click.
Then right click on the column header, show values as percentage of grand total. If you have any queries, ask me. Right. So we had a requirement and we made a presentation of revenue in percentage. Now, next requirement is the other day, if you remember, we have gone for month and month comparison of the data and making a column called growth. So how to create a growth column in pivot table? What we can do is bring sales USD one more time to the value field area. Going to the column header, right click, show values as. There is an option over here naming called difference from. I repeat, there is an option over here called difference from. So when I go for this difference from option, and if I click, there is a dialog box, it appears. Base field, it demands me the month. Base item, it is asking me over here, January. But we did not have January month as a base and compare with all the months. How did you create the growth column? By comparing the data with the previous month. So we need to go to base item drop down and we need to choose previous. So why you need to choose previous? We got the understanding. Now the moment I click OK, with immediate effect, you will be finding a column will be generating comparing the data from Jan to Feb, Feb to March, March to April like this, and name you can define as growth. So this is how we have understood. One more column we have created naming called growth in terms of value.
One question, why we select previous? What is the reason for that?
Yeah, If you remember the other day, the moment we have gone for a discussion, as I told you, the growth column month and month comparison, when you come to the January month revenue, do you have anything to compare with?
No.
That's why we have gone for growth 0, right?
Correct.
The moment we go to February, we have got Jan to compare with. So what is the formula we have taken? Feb minus Jan.
Minus Jan, correct.
The same thing we are doing. So every time we have to keep comparing the data with the previous month. Like the moment I go to March, March will be compared with previous called February. When I go to April, April will be compared with the previous called March. That's why we have chosen previous.
Oh, okay. Show value difference from month. Yes. Okay. First auto show cannot be used with some calculation that use positional data. Do you want to try on to growth?
So everybody is getting the growth column. Yeah. Anybody needs my support, do let me know. Anybody is having any challenge or a different value, you are getting something.
If you show the percentage difference, it will show this percentage now.
Yeah,
same way.
Absolutely.
Yeah, right, correct.
So growth in terms of value is ready. Now, as I told you, when you're presenting your data to the management level, the other day we discussed growth. They're interested watching, but they are looking for in terms of percentage. So now our requirement is going to pivot sales USD one more time. Right click on the column header, show value cells. Exactly below to difference from, percentage difference from is there. So we have to take that. And again, percentage difference base field is of course is the month. We know base item should be, instead of January, we should go for previous. And the moment I go for previous and click OK, with immediate effect, I'll be getting my data and I should name it as growth percentage.
Can I share my screen?
Yeah,
There is some problem.
Yeah, please.
See, I'm dragging sales USD, but it is not.
Yeah, see that itself. If you bring it and hold it. You just bring and hold. I'll tell you. You bring it, hold. Can you see a black color circle and a cross mark is there over there? Can you see that?
Yes.
So it is it is a message for you. This is not the right place that you should leave your mouse. So a little bit take it up. Now you can see a table symbol.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. Now you can go for that column. Right click. Show values as percentage difference from, and base field choose previous. Click OK and go for that field name growth percentage.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. So this is how we have understood that whatever we have done the other day, growth percentage, how to make it. The next requirement is over here, say YTD in terms of value. So going back to our pivot table over here, if I want to take sales USD one more time to my value field area, right click on the column header, show values as. Exactly below to percentage difference from, you have a option running total in. So that is called our cumulative value or accumulated data or running total or YTD, that is year to till date. So when I go for running total in, base field is the month only, there is no change over here, let it be, click OK. And can you see the data is populating, and the moment you see the December month YTD, is it matching with my grand total? So we are in the right track. And the field name, we have to name it as YTD. So this is how we got one more column ready over here, naming called YTD. So YTD in terms of value, we got it. Maybe my immediate boss would be happy watching the same. So if you remember the other day, I told you the moment we are presenting our data to the management, people are interested watching YTD in terms of percentage. So the next requirement is creating a column naming YTD percentage. So go back to your sales USD, bring it again over here. Okay, good one. Right click on the column header, show values as option. Below to running total in, you can go for percentage running total in. And the moment you go for it, base field again the month only. So click OK and change the column header YTD percentage. And you see the total, if you see the December month, whatever the YTD percentage, is it matching with my revenue percentage column total?
Yes.
So we are in the right track. So this is what, when you do it in pivot table, people will love to see and surprise, because people believe that this is possible only if you are in normal Excel sheet data. But when you do the same in pivot table, they will be definitely happy. And trust me, when seeing this many columns, they will first look at your source data. Like they will be having the belief that you have gone to your source data, somewhere it is there. But there is no such kind of columns, none of the columns. So that's the story of our pivot table number 9. Any doubt, any queries, anybody in pivot 9, please? So select your data, please. And as I told you, whenever you are designing your data and presenting in a kind of a tabular format, so make sure at least the borders are applied to give a feel of a table. And what is the shortcut to apply the borders? I told you the other day.
Alt BHA.
Alt HBA. So, yeah, H for home, B for border, A for all border, or home, border, all border also you can take it. And if you remember, I told you the first column of the table should be aligned left and rest of the columns should be aligned In which format? In a table, except the first column, rest of the columns. What is the ideal format of alignment? Center. Alt H A C. Center.
What is shortcut for border? Alt B.
Alt HBA. First is the home, H for home, then B for border, then A for all border. Right. So now, the moment we have done with this over here, let's go for right click on pivot 9, sheet name, move or copy, create a copy checkbox you can activate and click OK. So one more pivot table turns up, you can rename the same as pivot table number 10. All right. Now, just for information, this is what the pivot table we have analyzed and we have presented with a meaningful format, adding some more value additions to the work. This many columns we have added, and definitely this is going to play a role and add a picture more beneficial for the audience also to understand things properly. All right, everything is set, everything is clear. But my question is over here. Anybody can do that. What do you say? Is it something? Could you please keep your mic on mute? Anybody's mic is on. If you have any queries, you can ask me, not issue. Well, my question is very simple. Again, I'm repeating. Whatever we did in this sheet, this is anybody's job because this entire features are available in pivot table. So if somebody is aware of that, he also can design the same. Correct? Do you agree?
Yes.
So
Yes.
now the question is how to make our presentation different from others. So what else we can do to make a value addition to this work, or how to make our report different from others? What else we can do? Yes, people? Anybody? What else we can do?
Some coloring or something.
Okay, what kind of coloring?
Some kind of form, the presentation of the table.
Like
need
what?
to be much better.
Like what? Can you please quantify that exactly?
Font color or some kind of again visualization.
Right, what kind of visualization? Because now you are ready enough to answer it properly. Now, what you're saying in the generic way, this can be done, but what exactly the message you are going to throw to the audience? After you showing some kind of infographic or visualization, okay. Again, I'm coming to the same question, what we can do. Sweta is saying slicer. Slicer is how it is going to help me. See, as I have been telling you, each and every pivot table, they have their own unique story. So what if I'm doing something, I should have that information that what kind of message this report is going to send it to the other people. You are ready to answer now, people, because now we are in day 3. Got my point?
Table formatting.
Table formatting doesn't make much sense over here, because pivot table itself already it is in table format only. I have taken a simple thing. It's already in table formatting only. Can you see all the styles? The moment we have gone for first pivot table, we have gone for table formatting and all. Correct? It's already formatted as table only.
Through chart, pie chart, or bar table.
How this is going to help you if you go for a pie chart? So if I go for this data and prepare a chart, how we are going to represent it? How we are going to interpret this? See, that is what is very, very essential things. You have to do the right selection on the data set. Like as we have learned, the data visualization purpose, so many things like data bars, icon sets, spark lines. Okay, the other day in day 2, if you remember. So what will be ideally more beneficial for this data, or ideally what type of visualization is going to give a add-on to this data? I will tell you. So please stay focused on my screen. See, we have got growth over here, isn't it? Right. I'm just taking one example for growth purpose. Now, if I go for growth again, I will take sales USD one more time. Right click on the column header, show values as difference from, and then I'll go for the previous month. Click OK. I got my data, no doubt, with the same format. I'll be changing the column name as visual. Okay. Now, when I go for my visual column, I will select my data over here in this format, going to home, conditional formatting, icon sets. The other day I told you about the icon sets. And when I go for this rules is applied. But that is not enough. What we can do, going to home, conditional formatting, manage rules, edit rule, and data type, I need to change from person to number. Here also, data type, I will change person to number. More than equal to, instead of that, only more than, and show icon only. This is very, very essential tip. I told you the other day, show icon only. The moment I go and click OK, again click OK, see the beauty? Is it adding more value towards my presentation?
Yes.
And here my growth is there, but visual I am preparing and presenting like this. Is this the right way we can present our data? When growth is there, visual should be the adjacent column, right? So how to bring the visual column adjacent to growth? See, very simple. I will hold my visual column. I'll drag it like this. How easy it is. So likewise, you can go for adding such kind of visualization, what you have learned in your pivot table as well as a add-on. Okay, so this is the thing you have to practice, and this is the moment when you go and add like this, definitely your presentation is going to be different from others, because people believe they go for like this colorings and all. See, what is the normal tendency people have? I'll tell you, they'll go for coloring scales, they will go and color like this. That is anybody's job, anybody can do that, isn't it? What's the big deal on this? But when you present like this is giving more valuable information for you, like growth.
From where you got the data visual from in the visual?
Same growth we have created one more time over here.
First column is blank.
No. No need to go for first column blank. See, how did you create the growth column? The same thing.
Yeah.
We are doing over here.
Data where from you got?
Same pivot table data only. See, I have taken sales USD one more time to the value field area. Okay. Then I have gone for right click on the column header, show values as difference from, and base item I choose as previous, and I clicked OK. Then this data, whatever it is there, I have selected, going to home, conditional formatting, icon sets, I have gone for the rule, the directional rule. And then again, I have gone to home, conditional formatting, I have gone for manage rules, gone for edit rule, and data type I have changed from percent to number, and the Excel operator I have changed only the more than symbol. Show icon only I got to select. And the moment I click OK, again click OK, I got my visual column ready. So this is what we did in the other day also, day 2. Now the same, I need to present it over here after growth. So I'll be holding this. You can see over here, I'm getting 3 different types of icons. If you go for it in my screen, this is the thick plus symbol. This is to select a cell. If I go and take it in the bottom right corner, this is called drag button. If I go a little bit up with the same wall only, 4 directional arrow keys is there. Technically, that is called cell navigation button. Now, once I got that button, I will hold my cell and I will drag it to the left side of my growth column. And growth adjacent visual column will be ready. Okay, so this thing's taking the live data. You need to keep practicing a lot, and definitely you can make your presentation better. Again, I'm saying, do not leave practicing all these things. See, day 1, day 2 recordings I have also given. Normally, I don't have a practice of giving the recording. Since it was a request from your side, some people have got a bad connectivity. That's why I have given. But it is seeming there is no good amount of practice from your end. Trust me, don't mistake my word, but I can sense that. Anyway, so this is about our pivot 9 story, how to add the visuals to the data. Hope it is clear. Everybody is able to do that. Anybody needs my support? So, Vinod, is it clear? Pramod, how's the things going?
Yeah, I just want to check.
Okay.
Here we can't even give ranks to this.
There is no point. There is no point of giving a rank. See, ranking, nobody likes it, first of all. Ranking and all those things, it is needed when you go for assessment or kind of scoring. Their ranking will be playing a great role. But in this kind of data, when you talk about this kind of visuals is giving more value.
Okay.
All right. So kindly come back to our pivot table number 10. And in this, okay. Parag, you can share your screen. I can guide you. No issues. Yeah, you take your visual column, come out of that completely. Yeah, select visual cell only visual cell, select. No, only visual cell. You're selecting the whole column. Now take your mouse pointer in the little bit up, same direction, little bit up. Go up. Yes, this is called the button. This is called cell navigation button. Now hold it and drag it to the left. Yeah, drag it. Hold it and drag it to the left. No. How did you hold it? How do you holding in the sense going for left click with that button? Going for left click with that button. Yes, left click with that button and drag it towards your right. I mean towards your left. Yes. Can you see that now? Yeah. Come down, a little bit down. You're going up. That's why it is not turning up. No. Go up a bit, up. No. You are trying to reduce the cell height. That's not the button. Cell navigation. See the button. The moment you, this is the button. 4 navigation arrow keys come. Come to left. Go left even. Left. That's it. Leave the mouse. Can you see now? So that you have to keep your control on your mouse. So automatically things will be in place. Okay. All right. Now, coming to pivot table number 10 over here. Yeah, welcome. So in this pivot table number 10, there are so many fields we have taken in the values. So the work is over. Let's remove the same. But how to remove? Not one by one. It is taking a lot of time. So I'll tell you the best technique. See, in our column area, you see a sigma values already column is created, right? Now just take that out. Just deactivate that. And all these fields from the value field area will be completely removed. With a simple one removal of the column area field, entire value fields are removed. Now deactivate month. Bring year to the columns. Sales USD to the value field area. Product descriptions to the rows. The first pivot table, whatever we have designed, please bring it there. All right. So everybody has got the similar structure of pivot table number 1. Could you please confirm in the chat box? Why for yes? All right. Now let us discuss one thing over here. What else we can do with regard to pivot table? So now I'm going to take you through a very beautiful concept of our pivot table is called dashboard. Very, very crucial, very, very essential, and plays a very, very important role in our routine activities called dashboard. Okay. Now, dashboard, you would have heard this terminology quite often in the corporate world. People say it a lot of times. People, when you say about, suppose you are showing bunch of Excel files to someone, they are not happy watching the same. What immediately they say, or what immediately they demand, they say, Prabhas, why don't you go for a dashboard? I'm not having that much of time to go through the entire Excel worksheets or workbooks, whatever you are trying to share. Similarly, when you talk about your teammate, somebody is saying, hey, I have created a very beautiful dashboard. Now, if you go to your customer or vendor side, they also demand, why don't you plot a data in your dashboard format? So what is that dashboard exactly? I'll take you through. Dashboard is nothing but it's a single page window report. Entire information should be there, but in one interface itself. And when you talk about dashboard, it consists of three elements. What are they? One, a drop-down list. So drop-down list will be giving a privilege to the user to select a specific variable out of the drop-down. And once you select the same, based on that variable, a tabular data should be expressed on the Excel worksheet. Once your tabular data is populated, based on that, a immediate charts and graphs should appear on the screen, and that is nothing but called as a dashboard. So these are the three elements is very, very essential for a dashboard preparation. So I'll take you through a few dashboards, which will be giving more clarity, and your objective also will be clear what we are up to, and you can understand the things very easily. No need to do anything right now. Just watch my screen very, very patiently. Well, so I will go to my file, say, yeah, so dashboards. I'm going to take you through a very beautiful HR dashboard first, human resource related dashboards. Okay, see the beauty. This is one HR sophisticated dashboards. How how this works, I'll tell you. So first of all, let me give you a bit of awareness. See, towards my left side, all these respective department names are there. The organizations, they have got presence in 5 different cities, so city names are also available. 9 years data we have taken, and these are the list of employee names. And you could see various charts, bar chart, line chart, column chart, or you have seen the pie charts, everything over here, and some tabular data also, numbers are also being expressed over here. All these things are there, isn't it? Now see how it operates. Now, suppose I take an example. If you want to know what is the head count for the last 9 years or the 10 years data, what was the trend of the head counts for a particular department over here, suppose say human resource. Now, if I go and choose human resource, this chart is going to change. See, if I go and choose human resource, this is immediately going to change for last 10 years. This is what the headcount trend. Now, if I want to know in human resource department for the city Los Angeles, what is the headcount trend? So this chart is going to reflect. So human resource and Los Angeles. Can you see immediately this chart is changing? Now, if I want to know in human resource Los Angeles city during the year 2006, what was the breakup of salary? So this is what the breakup of salary, everything is over here. So if I go for human resource Los Angeles 2006, can you see this is changing, and based on that this entire chart is also changing, right? So everything is happening on a click of button in one interface. So this is called a dashboard. Yes, this kind of dashboards really needs time. It's not like overnight you will just put the formula and get the answer. You have to spend time, but this is just one time investment. And once you do so, you don't need to look back again. Only thing is you have to keep upgrading your data. But to create this kind of dashboards, you need to have ample source of data, because 9 years data, it's not a joke. 9 years data I should have. Then calculations, your 90% calculations are pivot table calculations only, nothing else. Then ready-made list to create a drop down on all those things, I should have the data also, because there will be new joinees, there will be exit employees also. So I have to keep always updating my existing strength or headcounts, name of the employees, everything over here. And when I combine all these 3 sheets, this is the output I can prepare. And this is called a dashboard. And trust me, people pay a lot to create such kind of dashboards. They go it for outsourcing. They give the data to the outside consultants, and they pay per hour basis, and they pay a lot of amount to create this organizations. Well, so this is called HR dashboard. Now I'm going to take you through one more dashboard, is about a sales dashboard. See over here, yeah, this is the dashboard. The moment you see this file over here, when I open it, there are many more charts and graphs, everything is there. And below to the charts and graphs, you can see these are the name of the months, product categories, sales representative names, and the regions are there. Suppose I want to know what is the status in East Coast region. If I go and click, this is what, based on that entire chart, everything is going to change, and my entire report for the whole year, this is going to be displayed accordingly. Now, if I want to know in East Coast region, what is the sales performance for Jenny Paul? If I go and click Jenny Paul over here, immediately this is the status of Jenny Paul. On a click of button, everything is happening. So this is more or less we are going to create like this, and this is again a sales dashboard. All right. So hope you are clear what we are up to.
Yeah.
So are you ready to learn?
Yes.
Good.
Yes.
Fine. Fine then. So let us go and understand how to create such kind of dashboards in pivot table. So for creating a dashboard, first of all, we have to make our interface ready in that level. So first we have to work with our skeleton of our data. So we have pivot table already there in place. Keep your cursor above to the pivot area. Keep your cursor above to the pivot area and go for inserting a row. How to insert a row? Alt I R. I for insert, R for row. Alt I R. And to repeat the last action, go for F4. So create some ample blank row items about to the pivot table data, somewhere around 10 to 15. Let it be. Later, if you do not want, we can delete, not an issue. First, create that. 10 to 15 blank row items, please create above to the pivot table. This is first step.
Done.
Next, keeping the cursor in pivot. Keeping the cursor in pivot. The moment you go for this over here, you will be finding in our pivot table analyze, there is an option over here called insert slicer. Insert slicer. So if you click that insert slicer, you will be finding a a dialog box appears having all the field headers listed over here. Now we have seen the slicers a bit on our day 2 when we go for our data presentation. If you remember the employee related data, department wise, we were presenting our data, click on admin, click on HR, all those things we have used a slicer, right? So there we have seen a glimpse of that, but today we are going to discuss in detail. So when, yeah.
Well, where is the insert slicer? Where from where?
In analyze, pivot table analyze, insert slicer.
Okay.
Now, slicers. When you talk about slicers, what are they exactly? Slicers are nothing but it works like a filter button. The normal course of action of filter, whatever you do, the same thing you will be doing with slicers also. But technically, this is called as visual filter buttons. Filter buttons, you can do the filter with visual options. Well, that is the only thing. Now, the moment when you're thinking to integrate your slicers with pivot table, you have to follow a rule. And what's the rule says? That whatever the fields already taken in pivot table, you should not choose again in the slicer. So what I say, pivot table, we have taken already, product description, year, sales USD. Those things you should not again choose as a slicer. There is no hard and fast rule, but if you do so, this will be amounting as a duplication of fields. When things are already there, then there is no point of again selecting as a slicer and filtering the data, right? So what is the thing now? Apart from all these three fields, if at all you want to work further with, suppose say customer, you can choose. You want to analyze the data based on the salesman, you can choose. If you want to see region-wise report, you can choose. If you want to see month-wise analysis also, you can choose. So I repeat, you can cross-check customer, salesperson, region, month. All these check boxes are to be selected. And once you select, click OK. Can you see 4 boxes are turning up? Please confirm. We'll go step by step confirmation.
Yes.
Yes, Pramod, Afrin, what's your status?
Yes, done.
Okay, great. Namita, what's your status?
Yes.
Good. Fine. Avinash?
Yes.
Good. Now, please stay focused for 1 minute what I'm doing, and next 1 minute you can try. See, once I have all the slicers in place, now the objective is we need to arrange the same with the space whatever we have created above to the pivot table. But to select a slicer, always keep your mouse pointer on the slicer name. And then you select, then you hold it and drag it wherever you want, you can take it. So suppose I'm taking month over here. All right. Customer, I'm putting it my right side. Salesperson, I'm putting next. You can set your own order. It's not necessary that you have to follow mine. So you want to bring first region, then customer, you can retain that. There is no restrictions for that. All right. So we have to arrange like this. So please arrange that.
Yes.
Right. Now, once you have done with this over here, next, what is the requirement? I will tell you. Though the slicers are there, but the problem is the slicers are not giving such a great look and feel. So since it is having the identical color, we have to now just work a little bit about the cosmetics works of these slicers. We have to beautify them. How? I'll tell you. And why it is needed. See, any dashboard when you are talking about, you'll be always be having some kind of vibrant colors, some colorful buttons. All these things are very, very necessary. So for that reason, we need to now confirm over here. So going to one slicer, if you see, there is a slicer tab already activated in my screen. You might be having, depending upon the version of your Excel, might be having the name called slicer tools, slicer options, might be name would be different, but there is a last tab called slicer related stuffs are there. All right. Now within the slicer, if you see, there are many more slicer styles are available. If you go for more style, it opens up with two broad categories, light and dark. So far, I have been saying when you go for format as table, pivot table, anywhere, light or medium. But here there is no medium. And here, what you need to do, you have to go for dark. The reason, to give a colorful feel of the buttons. So I'll select one dark, again one more slicer. I will select one more dark over here, one more slicer, one more dark, one more slicer. I'll go for one more dark color. So four different slicers, four different colors, we have made it. Please confirm.
Yeah. Done. Yeah.
Though colorful changes are made, but the problem is, if you see on my screen or your screen also, all these slicers are having this kind of vertical scroll bars. Each and every slicer is containing a vertical scroll bar. Now having these vertical scroll bars, my slicer's look is not so great. So what we can do, how to remove the same? See, if I select one slicer, in my slicer tab, there is an option over here called columns. And by default, everyone will be having columns only one. Columns only one. Can you see? I'm highlighting. You can cross check also. Are you getting one, everybody? Right. Yes, no problem, Inash. You can stop me. You can ask me to stop. I can, because when I'm
My
getting,
slicer is not even going well.
okay, you can
On
share.
the top part.
Yeah, you can share your screen. Let me have a look.
Is it visible?
Yeah, because you have clicked inside. I told you not to click inside the variables of the slicer. I told you to select a slicer. You should select the slicer name, like customer. See, now, 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute. We'll go on, do one by one. Go to customer slicer. Can you see in the top right corner, one cone kind of structure is there in the slicer, customer slicer. Yes, click that. No, 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 no. Right side, extreme right, extreme right. Yes, click that. Right.
Yeah.
Now, similarly, go to the other slicers. Whatever you have operated, please check it out. Yeah, month also you have done, region also you have done. Right. Now take one by one. Salesperson, you take it. Salesperson, yeah, hold it and take it to the left. Go up. You have got enough space. Another 6 rows are there. You can scroll it up. No, no. You take the scroll bar. You take the scroll bar. Go up. You have got another 4 rows. Don't try with the slicer. See it. Huh, now you have got one. Little bit. Take little bit left. Little bit left. Yes. Now arrange this month next to that. Then go to region. Then take customer. Right. No, no need to go so far in the top. Leave little bit space from the top. Now select region.
Okay.
Go to slicer in the top menu, slicer. Yeah. Go to columns.
Yeah.
Change the color. Go to the slicer styles, more style, more style, more. Choose one another color. Yeah. Yeah. Go for month. Choose green. Green. Yeah. Go to salesperson and choose any other color which you like the most. Right. Now everything is done over here.
Yeah.
Right. Then going to now, which one is then in selection? So select one slicer. Then going to slicer tab in the menu, slicer tool. Yeah. Columns towards your right, columns option is there. It is showing one columns. Yeah.
Yeah.
That you change it over there to, you can increase the column number depending upon the variable. You can see it will start exporting to multiple columns. Increase the column number. Now it is one. You are going for decreasing. Go up. Yeah. Increase the column. Can you see the salesperson now distributed with the columns? Similarly, you repeat for month also. Go to month selection, and that also you make it 3. Go to region, make it 3, and go to customer, make it 3. So customer are more, so you can make it 4. So that you have to take a call. Select customer, you make it 4. Yeah, extend the customer towards your right side. No, not movement of the slicer. Extend. That button is there in the middle. You can see towards the right side. Yeah, that little bit more extended. Yes, more. That's it. Now take region also. No. You should have everything in one interface. You should not take little bit, come little bit left. Yes, more left, more left. You have got column B only display. A is not displayed. Yes, in this interface only you have to adjust everything. You should not change the window options. Now region little bit extended. More. Yes, close that. Fine. Now month little bit. Month you little bit extend. Not much. That's it. That's it. Now take your month toward the left little bit. Month entirely you take it little bit left. Yes. Region you take it little bit left and extend the region a bit. Extend the region a bit. Right. Now customer let it be. Okay.
Okay.
Now the problem is, though we have removed the vertical scroll bars, but it is left with some empty spaces in the bottom, each and every slicers. Can you see?
Yeah.
So to remove the same, select one slicer. And in the bottom, can you see a button? In the bottom, a button is there. Yeah, that you hold it and drag it bit up to reduce the height of the slicer. More you can do. Little bit. No. You are again getting that vertical scroll bar. You shouldn't get that. That's it. Yes. Again, repeat the same for month also. Region. Customer as well. Okay. So those things from your experience and practice, you'll be getting how to make it fine-tuned bit, giving a finishing look. So you just hold on. Let's go for confirmation from the other people also. So I'm just doing it quickly for the other people, those who have missed out. See what we need to do is selecting the slicer, go for columns, do the changes. How many number of columns you want, that many columns you can do over here. Okay. So I'm taking a little bit towards my right side because I need more columns variables over here. Now, the moment I go for this, okay, then going to region, I'm going to make it also 3. Salesperson, I'm going to make it 3. month, I'm going to make it 3. So it is up to you. There is no hard and fast rule. You should go for 3 columns, 4 columns and all. It depends on the variables. How many columns you want to distribute, you can do that. Okay, so I have got all these things. Then finally, I need to reduce the height of all the slicers. I will go and do that. And while doing the same, don't forget one thing, that you should not regain the status of your vertical scroll bars. You should not get that. So I'll take a little bit over here. I'll extend a bit. Fine, I did that. I'll take it up. This also. And month, I'll slightly do this. Okay. So all these slicers now we have arranged. So please confirm everybody is able to do that.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. Now kindly select one of the slicer. Kindly select one of the slicer and go for Control A. So Control A will be helping me to select all the slices. And then what you need to do is, in our slicer tab, there's an option called Align. There is an option over here called Align. And you can go for Align Top. Align top. So from the top margin, everything will be aligned in one uniformity. Then again go to Align and choose Distribute Horizontally. Why we need to go for Distribute Horizontally in the Align? Because the spacing between the slicers should be uniform. For that reason, go for Distribute Horizontally. And now all the slicers, now you see, it will be aligned properly. So what you did, align top, distribute horizontally. Now, once you do the same, the final step, do not ever forget, please, what is that? Is next to align, there is a grouping option in the same slicer tab. Next to align, there is a grouping option. And in this group, you'll be finding a group also available. So you can choose the group option. And immediately you will be finding the entire 4 slicers will be turning into a single object. And this is very, very essential. And why you need to do that? If you do not do so, tomorrow when you start working with the slicers and pivot table, your slicers alignment will get disturbed. It will overlap with each other, and the time or the efforts, whatever we have invested over here, it is going to be incompletely drained. So to safeguard the formatting and the investment of time what you made, finally, do not forget to make a group of the same. So grouping of slicers is done. Now, between the slicers and pivot table, whatever the space, blank space is there, kindly select. Yeah.
Can you please repeat how to align?
Yeah, select all the slicers. You can share your screen. You can share your screen. Let me have a look. I'll tell you. The others also can watch that. No problem. See, you have started clicking inside. Don't click inside. That's what I told you, right? Go to the slicer top right corner. Each and every slicer's top right corner, top right corner. Yes, click that button. Click that button. Yes. Go to region also. Click that button. Go to now it is fine. Perfect. Everything is fine. Now you change your customer to one more column. Customer column numbers you can increase. Columns is 3. Columns is 3. You can increase to 4. Right. Salesperson, you can increase one more column. Yeah. Region, you can increase to one more column. Right. Now, salesperson width, you can decrease. Salesperson, slicer, salesperson. Yeah. You can decrease the width. Now your height, you are decreasing. Height, you are decreasing. Height will be doing later. Don't worry. First, you make it that everything should be proper. You can decrease the width. Yeah, towards your left. Hold it towards your left. Left. Bring it, bring it, bring it. That's it. That's it. That's it. Yes. Now that one you align next to region. Salesperson, you next to align region. Next to region, you align. Take customer out. Take no, 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 no. Don't do now. Take the customer slicer towards your right side, next to your salesperson. Now bring salesperson next to the region. Yeah, bring close, bring close. No, 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 don't take it right. Don't take it right. Bring region towards your left. Bring region towards your left first. You are going right. You are going right. Okay, you do whatever you like, but thing is, everything should be in one interface. Don't move anything in the customer. Yes. Bring region towards your left. You have got ample space towards your left. Bring region towards your left. Now bring salesperson towards your left next to regions, align. Bring customer towards your salesperson. Now increase the width of the customer so that all the customer names should be visible. Up to column Q, up to column Q. Yeah, that's it, that's it. No, 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 no. You have gone far. You have gone far. Bring it up to maximum column Q. Yes. Now take your horizontal scroll bar towards your left. Horizontal scroll bar. Horizontal scroll bar. Everything is seeming visible. No issues. Now go for your decreasing all the heights of the slicers. More. You can go for more decreasing. No, no. Right. Go for customer also. Right. Now control A. Now control A to select all the slices. Now go to options, align. Align top. Yeah, click that. Align top. Then go to align again. Distribute horizontally. Yeah. Then the next option, group. Next to align group is there. Go to group and click the group button. Right. Now, between the slicers and pivot table, whatever the blank row items are there, kindly select. Yeah. Now delete the same. That's it. Now hold on. For the rest, I will discuss on my screen. So yes, Avinash.
My align is not coming.
Yeah.
Top wala.
Yeah, you can share your screen. Let me have a look.
My screen is visible.
Yeah, I can see now. You can slightly increase the salesperson height, slicer height.
Increase like this.
A little bit. Okay.
Okay.
Then region, you can decrease. No, 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 no. You're again getting the vertical scroll bar. That's what I told you. You have to be very careful. You should not get back again. Select the slicer, region.
Region, okay.
Then increase the height from the bottom side. Increase the height a bit. Height a bit. That's it. You can decrease the salesperson height. Salesperson height you can decrease and bring it in one alignment at least. Give a feel. Now that's it. That's it. Fine. Customer also you can decrease the height a bit. That's it. Now control A. No. Select one select one slicer. Select one slicer. Control A.
Yeah.
Now go to align. Align top.
It's coming.
Now again align, distribute horizontally. Right. Now go to group. Next group.
Why we do group this?
Because if you do not group tomorrow while working with the slicers will start overlapping. So the alignment, everything will go in vain.
Understood.
Yeah.
Understood.
Yeah. Between the slicers and pivot table, whatever the blank rows are there, between the slicers and pivot table, whatever the blank rows are there, kindly select. No, not there, not there, not there, not there. Between the slicers and pivot table. Pivot table is there in the bottom.
Acha, yeah, okay, okay. You're deleted.
Yes. You got to delete.
Okay.
Yeah, another 2-3 rows are there that also you can delete. So all this finishing look is very, very essential when you go for a dashboard. Okay, I'm taking the control back on the screen. So I believe everybody is in the equal page. So anybody is struggling around or needs my support? Right. Now, let me take you through this over here. Please look at my screen over here. This is the data I have prepared, no doubt about it. Okay, my pivot table is ready. My slicer is also ready over here. Now, the thing is, the moment I go for this, okay, my boss is looking at the data and he's quite happy with the same. And first of all, what he's saying, Prabhas, what is this colorful buttons? Okay, just watch, no need to do anything, just watch my screen. Looking at the same, he is telling, what is this colorful buttons? So I'm telling to my boss, sir, these are the properties of pivot table, naming called slicer. Then listening my statement, he's saying, oh, is it there something in pivot table? I have never seen. Let's see how it works. So his focus has gone to the data area. So in data, you said over here, 3 years data, he's watching and immediately he's asking me a question. Okay, Prabhas, if this is the history of last 3 years, can you show me how much revenue we have made from the customer Lexus Motors? So Lexus Motors is one of my customer. If I click Lexus Motors, the entire pivot table data is clinched, and this is what the total revenue what we have made from Lexus Motors. Okay, now hearing that from me and looking at the data, okay, this is what the revenue from Lexus Motors. Then he's asking me, Prabhas, can you show me from Lexus Motors Africa, because in Africa also Lexus Motors is there, how much we have made from Lexus Motors Africa continent? I want to see. So I go to my region, I'll click Africa, and this is what the status. These are the products for last 2 years, only 2015 and 16 we have exported to Africa, Lexus Motors. So this is how, when you look at the presentation, whatever I am making, what kind of feeling you are having, as if some macro buttons are created on a click of button, my data is being cleansed. Do you get that feel? Yes, people?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Now, the moment I have done with this, okay, so you can give a try also, 1 or 2 tries you can see. You can go and give a try. Is it coming up? Are you getting the pivot table data clinched accordingly on the click of button of the slicers? Is there any screen visibility problem anybody is facing? My screen is not visible to you. Can you see the pointer mark? Okay, okay. Shweta, could you please check your internet connectivity? Probably the internet issue would be there. So you can log out or log in again if the problem persisting over there. All right. So now once you have applied all these slicers, and if you want to restore your data, I told you each and every slicer you will be having in the top right corner a clear filter button. So whenever you happen to restore your data, you have to keep clearing all your slicers. Now, once I did this, stay focused on my screen and follow my audio, what I'm trying to say. So here, I did all my presentation in this format. My boss is also quite happy watching the same, and he's appreciating my work, and he's saying, giving a compliment to me. Prabhas, the way you have presented and the homework, whatever you did for this report, I'm glad. I'm really happy. I'm appreciating your work. So next month, we have a meeting, annual general meeting. All the global leaders are going to meet in the next month. Little bit fine tune this report, make it ready. We are going to present this report to our global leaders in the next month, and we'll show them what we have achieved in the past. Well, so this is something my boss is expecting from me, and my data, I have to make it ready for the global leaders. So global leaders purpose, this pivot table, whatever we have created, they are not interested to watch this single number out of this billions, millions, lakhs and crores. They're not interested to watch at all. But they want to know, compared to last year, where do we stand? Compared to last quarter, how is our business growth? Compared to last month, are we growing or not? So all these things to immediately present it over there on the screen, we have to go for a charts and graphs. So how to present my pivot data in a graphical presentation? Let me take you through. Keeping the cursor in pivot table, keeping the cursor in pivot table over here, if you see in your pivot table analyze, your analyze button, you will be finding a direct option called pivot chart, direct option called pivot chart. And when you go for this pivot chart, you will be finding a dialog box appears with the entire chart family. And the moment you see in default, it is taking the clustered column, let it be. You don't need to do any changes. Go and click OK. So going to analyze, click the pivot chart, chart will appear. And this same chart, what you can do, take it over here and align next to the data towards the right side. Now this pivot table fields doesn't play much role. I can simply close this. I can simply close this. And this chart I will extend till the alignment of my slicer, whatever it is there, I will extend it. So this is what we did. Please do that and confirm. Going to pivot table, keeping the cursor, pivot table analyze, click the pivot chart. And once the chart appears, you can align the same next to the data towards your right side, extend the chart aligning to the slicers and close that pivot table buttons, whatever it is showing by default. This is not playing any role. You can go for closing this button over here. All right, everybody is able to do. Yes, Sweta, I repeated the same. Hope it is in line. Yeah. So Sweta and Namita, they have done. How about the others? Could you please kindly confirm so that I can proceed? All right, great. Now, please stay focused on my screen for a minute. What I'm doing, try to understand. Then I will be allowing you to do also on your screen. See, whatever we have done so far, anybody can do that. Anybody can do that. This is nothing something extraordinary we did. But one thing keep in your mind, being a presenter, you have to present your data differently all the time. So how to make your presentation different from others? I will tell you. First thing, keeping my cursor in my blank cell, any of the blank cell, I will keep my cursor. Then I will go to my view tab. You'll be finding there are three options available over here, naming like this. It's activated: grid lines, formula bar, headings. Kindly deactivate. So please do that. Keeping the cursor in any of the blank cell, going to view over here, and the moment you go for view, formula bar, headings, grid lines, please deactivate. And can you see the feeling? The moment you deactivate all these three, what kind of feeling you are getting? As if a blank page is there and entire template is embedded on that. Do you get that kind of feeling? No formula bar, no headings, no grid lines. Is it giving a kind of a template feeling? Right. Next thing, please stay focused. See, Being a presenter, remember one thing, my friends, never ever show multiple sheets open on the screen to the audience, because the more the information you will show to the audience, the more the questions you are going to invite. And you don't have the whole day to present your information. In a annual general meeting, maximum 10 minutes also you get for your presentation. That is the biggest achievement. And within that 10 minutes of window timeline, you have to present your information. You have to welcome all the questions, you have to answer them, and you have to give your own interpretation also about your data, what you are presenting. So you have to be very careful. You have to plan, or you have to manage your show accordingly. And here, the moment I have got many more Excel sheets open on the screen, I told you not to show them. So you must be thinking, Prabhas, we can hide them. If you hide, at least you have to keep one sheet open on the screen. You cannot hide all the sheets. And the moment you hide, what is happening on your system, if you just by mistake or unknowingly your right click is enabled, unhide button will be activated. Do you agree with me? If you hide any point of time the sheets, or accidentally by mistake this right click is enabled, your unhide will be visible, correct?
Yes.
So what is the point? By looking at the unhide option, suppose in front of me my vice president is sitting and he is asking me, Prabhas, could you please go and click the unhide button? Can I say no? Can I say to him, sir, your requirement is lying in pivot 10 sheet, why you are asking unwanted question? Can I say in the meeting to him like this?
No.
So in this, one more problem is when you hide all the sheets, to unhide it, it is again a pain. We cannot unhide all the sheets at once. We have to unhide one by one. Can you realize that pain?
Yeah.
So having said all these things, if I have to manage my show, how will I do that, Prabhas? If that is the question running in your mind, I would help you. See, the better version I would suggest, deactivate the entire sheet tabs. Nobody will be ever be knowing how many sheets are open, which sheet you are operating, where is the data, where is the working. Nobody will be ever be knowing except you. And how to do that? See, going to file, over here, file menu. If I go for file, there's an option called over here, options. And when I go for options, advanced, there is a left side categories there called advanced. And when I go for advanced over here, I will slightly scroll down. There is a section I'll be getting called display. There is a section in the light gray color I will be getting called display. And within that, a subsection called display options for this workbook. The third option is dealing with show sheet tabs. It is activated by default. You got to deactivate the same. So I repeat, you can cross check what you need to do. Going to file menu, choose options. Then you will be getting this kind of dialog box where you have to choose advanced, and slightly you have to scroll down to get your display box like this. Within that subsection, display options for this workbook, show sheet tabs, you got to deactivate and you have to click OK. And see the beauty. The moment you do so, with immediate effect, you will be finding all of your sheet tabs will be disappeared. Nobody will be ever be knowing which sheet you are working, where is your primary data, where is your output, where is your source data, where is your workings. Nobody will be knowing. So once I do so, are you getting the same picture what I'm showing on the screen? Now, kindly look at my screen. No need to do anything right now. Once you have done with these steps, see, suppose say annual general meeting time has come. My boss asked me, Prabhas, are you ready with the report? I said, yes. Good to go. I'm said perfectly all right. We can. Now my boss invited me to the presentation area. He went also there and he first invited to our foreign delegates, whoever the global leaders. And then he asked me, Prabhas, please start the show. When I opened this file in the presenter, when I'm presenting the screen over there, then immediately my boss is saying, Prabhas, we are not interested watching the 3 years data as such. Please showcase only 2016. So you can see in the chart area itself, a ready-made filter is there called year product description. So I'll go to my year filter in the chart area and I'll choose 2016 and immediately my 2016 records will be displayed on the screen. All right. So this kind of chart filter is available only in pivot chart. In the normal chart, you will never be getting the same. This is the beauty. Now, the moment I presented the same to my people next to my boss, suppose say my chief marketing officer is sitting and he asked me one more question. What is that? That Prabhas, if this is the history of 2016, can you show me the performance of salesman 5 for the year? So I'll go to salesperson, choose SM5 over there. And the moment I click, can you see the beauty? With immediate effect, salesman 5 for 2016, the entire details will be displayed. Now he kept quiet for a while. Who? My chief marketing officer. Immediately he asked one more question. What is that? If this is the history of salesman 5 for the year 2016, can you show me his performance for the month of May? So I'll go to month May over here, month slicer, May I choose, and this is what the data. Only one product he has sold in 2016 for the month of May, that to Hexa. And who is that customer who has sold? Tuli Motors. And which country the product is exported? To Africa. So this is how the moment when you integrate your slicers with pivot table and pivot chart, that is nothing but your dashboard. All right. Make sense? Helpful?
There was one question.
Yeah.
When you want to unhide those sheets, so you have to do this the same way, or there is a shortcut?
Yes, it's the same procedure. Same procedure we have to do. I will tell you, don't worry. So I'm just telling how to present your data. See, numbers are there, people are there to present it, but the technique, if you follow it, then you can make it different from others. So have you ever seen, I will give you a guarantee, you will never see someone presenting the data like this. Trust me. People use slicers, but not effectively. People use pivot chart, but not effectively. All right. So just look at the same. The operations, what we did, operations in the chart filter, is it working? Or clicking on the slicers, is it giving the equal amount of impact in your pivot table also? Cross check. So these are the things, people taking the live data, you have to keep doing the things and you are the right person to present your data effectively because you know your target audience better than anyone. So who is my target audience? What type of data is with me? How to present it? All these things, it's up to you now. So any questions in this as such? All right. Now let us go for restoring all these things. Whatever we deactivated, let us go and restore. So first thing, clear all the filters from the slicers. Then chart year filter. You can go and clear the year filter also. Then what are the things deactivated? Keeping the cursor in a blank cell, any of the blank cell, keep your cursor and go to view tab. What are things deactivated? Formula bar, headings, grid lines. So keeping a cursor any of the blank cell, go for activating in the view tab, formula bar, headings, grid lines. Then restoring the sheet tabs, same option, going to file, options, advanced, going to scroll down a bit. In the display section, there is a subsection called display options for this workbook. show sheet tabs. And the moment you select and click OK, you'll be getting all the sheet tabs restored.
इसका भी कोई शॉर्टकट होना चाहिए प्रवास सर, to save time.
हाँ, शॉर्टकट होना चाहिए, लेकिन माइक्रोसॉफ्ट ने बनाया नहीं, मेरा यहाँ पे कुछ काम ही नहीं है। मैं क्या कर सकता हूँ बोली। माइक्रोसॉफ्ट बनाता तो definitely I would have, because
what we have done today, I think we can correlate with our day-to-day working, and I think practice ठीक है, but one of the suggestion is I think ये वाला जो आज का session था, that should be little longer or maybe little more.
See, time is a constant all the time. See, in 16 hours, everything cannot be served in one plate. But I'm trying my best in corporate life when you are working, how to make your life easy. लेने के लिए तो पिवोट टेबल टोटल 24 आवर्स का टॉपिक है। खाली पिवोट टेबल सीखना है तो आपको 24 घंटे देने पड़ेंगे खाली पिवोट टेबल।
मेरा मतलब ये 16 घंटे में अगर इसका पोर्शन से 4 घंटे का था, इसको आप 6 घंटा कीजिए नेक्स्ट बैच से। आई थिंक दिस विल हेल्प ऑल द गाइस हु आर वर्किंग।
वेल अगेन नीड, इट इज नीड बेस्ड। कुछ लोग आते हैं, देखिए पब्लिक बैच में क्या होता है, ड्रॉबैक टू बी ओपन विथ यू, सम पीपल आर कमिंग फ्रॉम फाइनेंस, समबडी इज फ्रॉम एचआर। तो जो फाइनेंस का बंदा आता है वो फाइनेंस रिलेटेड बहुत ही कोशिश करता है सीखने के लिए। सो एवरीथिंग इज नॉट पॉसिबल टू सर्व, दैट्स व्हाट, बट आई एम ट्राइंग माय बेस्ट। चलिए, आई विल टेक इट एज अ फेयर ओपिनियन, not a issue, but I tried my best keeping all these things together. Anyway, so any doubt in pivot table number 10? So kindly save all your workbooks. Now kindly look at my screen. I am going to give a beautiful tip to you. See, though we have got all these things in place, sometimes what will be happening, some audience, especially some global leaders, some people who are in the top management people, they are not interested watching this pivot table data in this kind of dashboards. Preferably nowadays, this is the demand. So no need to delete your pivot table or do a separate job. I will tell you how to manage the show instantly, because you have taken a lot of pain. We have given a lot of efforts to create such kind of beautiful dashboard. So out of that, again, you'll go back and delete your data to do again the reprocessing. I mean, it will be a lot of time. I will tell you a very beautiful info over here. See, if at the last minute you are asked to remove the table, don't remove. Take this simple chart, cover your data in this format, extend the chart like this, done. Your show is going to be managed. See how? The moment I go for this over here, nobody will be ever be knowing I have got the data beneath this chart. Now you do the operation. You want to see 2016, go to the year and choose 2016 over here, right? So 2016 is done. Now, if you want to see the data for Australia, this is the data for Australia. You want to see in Australia February, this is the Australia February data. Done. Looks a clean look. So this is how you can manage your show. All right, people. So kindly save all your workbooks and taking the live data, keep practicing. This is very, very essential today, whatever you have learned. And to prepare this kind of data, day 1, day 2, takeaways are necessary. Data transformation, data cleansing, data presentation, formula function, whatever we did, this is needed. So this is the output. But to create this kind of output, your inputs are also necessary. So mere data, whatever you have downloaded from SAP, that alone is not enough to serve this kind of output. You have to spend your time. But how to save your time? That I gave you the options. All right. So any doubt for our day 3, whatever things we have learned today, any doubt or queries? Because this is it for our day 3.
No problem.
All right. So now day 4, tomorrow's agenda will be our all the necessary important formulas, functions, like taking the VLOOKUP to the next level, reverse VLOOKUP, how to apply. And I'll also tell you how to use the logical functions and how to use the nested functions. how to use the dashboard functions, and finally, we'll be ending up with our various charts and graphs. That will be our tomorrow's agenda. Okay. Now, I would like to take an opinion. If you allow me 2 minutes time, if you have, can we discuss something? If you're okay.
Yeah.
If you have any other commitments, you can leave the meeting room, not an issue, because we are done with our day. So this is something more information purpose. I would like to take an opinion poll. So today we dealt with a lot of things about pivot table, isn't it? Now, if you consider pivot table as a tool of 100%, pivot table I consider as 100%. In this 4 hours, how much we have learned, if you want to quantify in terms of percentage, out of that 100%, how much you'll be giving the rating?
Rating about my learning or
No. What we have discussed in this 4 hours. Learning, see, overnight nothing is possible. I know you need time. So I cannot take, this is too early to take a call about that. I'm just asking in this 4 hours, out of that 100% pivot table tool, how much we would have discussed, we would have, I mean, in entire
understood.
4 hours. Yeah.
So if it goes to me, I think it's 100%, I think 5% I can say.
5%, very good. So Avinash is saying it's 5% we have discussed. How about the others people? You can drop in the chat box or unmute and speak, not an issue. Okay. So
from a learning perspective, or you're saying
discussion
learned
coverage
in today's session?
It's coverage. I'm talking about coverage point of view. In this 4 hours, how much we have covered in terms of percentage?
My perspective, Prabhas, I'll just take a minute that, the topic is so vast, and at least in my working space, I think this plays a very vital, and I think dashboard is something which is now coming every day, every hour.
Right.
So, whatever I could cover, I think, yes, practice to lagega, but I think, as I said earlier also, I think spending more time into this today's will be clear, one of the key takeaway from this 16 hours. So that's why I felt that the takeaway is 5%. The more I practice, the more I do that way.
Right. Okay. Fine then. So whatever the percentage you want to give it, it's up to you. Depends in your view and perception. I'm not denying about it. But if you ask me, we have covered only 5% in this 4 hours. Okay, there are many more things to learn about this. So now you must be surprised. If this is of 5%, then what about the rest of 95%? There are a lot of new things, right? So now if you ask me, Prabhas, then what is the next I can learn? Suppose I am done with this. What is the next I can learn? See, there is a concept of over here in our pivot table naming called power pivot. Power pivot.
Yeah.
Next concept, once you have done with your power pivot, where we call it as data modeling. In power pivot, what we do, we call it as data modeling. So data modeling is a vast topic again, and there are a lot of things you can do. You can connect multiple Excel file data, Excel sheet data, and you can prepare pivot table. That's called power pivot. Now, once you have done with power pivot, what is the next thing, Prabhas? What I can learn? You can go for next is called power query. This itself a different world altogether in the Excel itself. Now, once you have learned Power Query, Prabhas, what's the next one? Next is the next generation reporting tool, the BI tool called Power BI. You can learn Power BI. So this is how you can learn stepwise over there if you want to learn, and definitely you can make the things better. And trust me, once you have learned Power BI thoroughly, minimum 6-digit salary per month you'll be getting. If you are getting right now, might be, I'm not denying, but I'm talking about why Power BI is so popular, why Power BI is so important. Nowadays, wherever you go for switching the job also, the minimum requirement, Power BI knowledge will be added advantage, or Power BI knowledge will be more preferable, and that will be giving you all the time heads up with the radar. So
you have a separate course for this?
Yes, we do have. all this, not power, I mean, Power Pivot exclusively, Power Pivot query is not there. We go and combine all these things in Power BI. Power BI is a dashboard reporting tool, but behind Power BI, these are the tools which is working and doing your data transformation, data cleansing, data warehouse management, all these things, it has been done by this tool. So people, and why I always insist for Power BI purpose, Excel knowledge is very, very essential. Nobody will tell you, okay, if you are not an Excel user, they will say, no problem, you can learn Power BI. But I will never recommend, because if you do not know Excel, you should not go for Power BI. Because in Power BI, the window interface and the entire techniques, it lies with three things. One is pivot table, the other one is charts and graphs, and third one is the formula and functions. If you have good knowledge in this, then Power BI is meant for you, and you can learn the things better. You can grasp the things easily, and you can definitely make your things better at your workplace. So always there is a stepwise learning. Don't go for this kind of uh, courses, whatever it is now. Every now and then in the social websites, you'll be finding the flyers, the banners, the advertisement keeps coming. You pay me 5,000 rupees, 10,000 rupees, I'll make you a Power BI user. Don't go for that. You will fall like a prey, and they will commit everything, and finally they will be give you a bunch of pre-recorded videos, and they will ask you go through that, and nobody will be there to tell you why you need to go for this, why you need to follow this, why you need to follow that. So there is no point of investing your money, time, and all your efforts. All right, so this is, you can consider this training as a level 1. There is always a level 2 or level 3 programs are available. So if you wish, you can very well, not with me, anywhere, wherever you go, learn in this way. That is the proper learning pyramid, and you can make the things better. Trust me. Yeah, Shweta is asking VBA. VBA is nothing but Visual Basic for Application. So this is called coding. Visual Basic for Application. This is completely called coding. Like when you want to automate your task end to end, starting from data, whatever you download from SAP or ERP system, and you want to turn this kind of dashboard over here on a click of button, that can be done with VBA. So VBA is a powerful tool. In the Excel, it is there. Excel is the front-end application. Visual Basic is the back-end application. This is your Visual Basic window. So anything, whatever you do in the back-end, that is going to control my front-end activities. So this is called VBA window. All right, people. So keep practicing.
When, yeah. When is the Power BI, any tentative time date we have?
Yeah, Power BI is happening from February 6th February. This is again 4 class, 4 Sundays. The program would be, timing would be 10
4 Sundays.
Yeah, 4 Sundays, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Sundays would be a challenge for me. Saturdays.
No, because Sundays mostly we as per the Indian Standard Time, everybody is having the weekly off in the Sundays only. So that's why we have to organize based on because our target audience is the Indians.
Correct.
So that's
can get the recorded video of that.
Yeah, okay. That is meant for only for the attendees. I mean the videos.
Okay.
Right. All right, people. So any doubt or queries for the day? If you do not have, can we call it as a day? Anyways, so no problem. Keep practicing. Today's whatever the intakes, I'll be sharing the video again. Once I upload to YouTube, you'll be getting the link over the group as well. Okay. So please follow that. Keep the recorded videos always for your practice. Oh, you don't need to download. This is already there in the YouTube. I am keeping it for you. The link only you stay with you and practice well. You have got the case studies, so no issues with regard to that. Only thing is referring to that, you have to practice. Okay. Fine then. So I'm just signing off for the day, people. See you tomorrow, the same time.
How much does it cost, Prabhas, for that Power BI?
Power BI, it is of 13,000, 13,000.
Okay.